Earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER. Offers vary by user and location. Go to Upside.com for terms and conditions.
Welcome to the Bar None Auction.
Bar None Auction is selling thousands of items this Saturday, January 10th in Sacramento. Large farming and construction equipment, cars, trucks, and industrial supplies all sold to the highest bidder. Always open to the public. Visit barnoneauction.com.
600.
So, are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Progressive knows life takes you in many directions.
Bear right at exit 32, then begin to wonder why you never bought a fish tank. In 1.3 miles, you'll realize you've been mispronouncing epitome your whole life. At the roundabout, you will remember you said something at dinner you wish you hadn't and will think about it for decades. You have arrived at your destination, but it turns out there really is no destination and life just keeps going.
Wherever life takes you, protect your home and auto with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
You live for this. The wins, the losses, the slam dunks, and the buzzer beaters. The dream that this is your team's year. Hope, it's what keeps you coming back. So you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when everything's on the line, your support means everything. That's why the NBA Store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
Sun is shining, the chairlifts are spinning. That's right, stellar weather here at Palisades. What are you waiting for? Hop in your Toyota and head on up here. I'm Johnny Mosley, and this is your Thursday Toyota Tahoe Report.
Thanks, Johnny. Tahoe skiers, get ready for a bluebird day with sunny skies and fresh snow on the slopes. Temperatures will reach the upper 20s with light winds. Evening temps will dip into the low teens with clear skies. This report is brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports, 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. On a Thursday, Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. 2 more times. Today and tomorrow, Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass for you. Kyle will be still locked into the 10 a.m. slot, 10 to 2. And if you were just joining us in the crosstalk, the big news, Matt George, as we released yesterday, I told you just got to listen throughout the week, watch throughout the week, as we were telling you about Kayla Anderson joining. Well, all has been revealed now. Well, maybe not everything, but everything as far as the 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. slate, all of that has been revealed to you, and we're really excited, man. Obviously, tomorrow, we're hoping to have Matt and Kayla in studio or talk to them both in some capacity tomorrow to kind of close out this show and get everybody excited for what they got going on 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Two extremely talented individuals that are going to make your midday incredible. So we're really excited. Matt George, you know, I met Matt George, obviously, when I came out here, and look, the reality is we've had some conversations and we've had some situations where maybe we had to, clear the air on things. But, that's just two passionate individuals that really want to be the best at what they do. And I respect the bleep out of Matt George. I always have and I always will. And when I found out that this is something that could happen, I was just fully on board because I know what this guy means to the Kings community. I know what he means to the Sacramento community, and I know that this is just the beginning for him. He is one of the most talented individuals, I would say, in the 916, in the 209, in this whole Sacramento area, and pretty soon it's going to be and beyond. So we're really excited for what Matt is going to bring to the table. Of course, we're excited with what Kayla is going to bring to the table, and it's going to be a very, very refreshing and unique show from both of their perspectives. And yeah, it's going to be great, man. So congrats to Matt, everything that he worked for to get to this point. We're really excited for him. This is how you get it done. Right? This is how you get it done. And he's got a son. He's a family man. So that's how we kind of first connected, because it's before Frankie Carticelli had his kiddo. So Matt and I were kind of in the same age range and both had kids. So we kind of connected on that at the very beginning when we got to know each other. And it all started, I really didn't have much of a relationship with Matt George. I knew who he was from when I was in the Bay, but it all started when I clipped, because it was me. It was, self-inflicted wound, because I'm trying to, make it pop a little bit here. And what happened was the beam clip where I asked the question, would you get rid of the beam? I clipped that myself and put it on social media. Now, I understand if you're not listening to a 4-hour show, the context might have been a little bit off. So one of the first times I interacted with Matt George was him quote tweeting me and kind of roasting me about it. And we had a conversation about that. And eventually, again, cleared the air. We got it figured out. And that's initially how our relationship kind of started, outside of, obviously, Brennan, Nunes, Frankie Carticelli, Chris Watkins knowing him and saying, hey, Allen, this is Matt George, kind of talking to him through them. When he quote tweeted me, and basically all of his huge following roasted me about that, that was my jump in the pool and go get the weighted stick at the bottom of the pool. So that's how all this started. And to see it all round out, me joining Whitey Gleason and that connection there, why I'm even in Sacramento, and Matt George, how we started our relationship, to see him take over the midday slot. I couldn't leave the keys to anybody better between him, Kayla, and of course you, Kyle Ledbetter. So yeah, it's incredible, man. It's incredible, exciting time at the station. I'm not going to lie to you. We talk about it in this industry, the end of the year. It wasn't as fun for a lot of people in this industry and a lot of industries, right? Layoffs, that stuff is real, and nobody's immune to it. Trust me, we would know and I would know. But to see positivity, I've been getting a lot of texts saying, man, for this industry, for you guys to be doing this right now in this industry, number one, says that you've been doing stuff the right way, and says that you've been kind of expanding and growing, even if a lot of people didn't think you would. I'll tell you this much, X ain't reality. I will tell you that much. Twitter ain't reality. I will tell you that much right now, because you don't get to do this stuff if you're not moving in the right direction and you're not growing. So really appreciative to everyone. Like I said, Kyle, this is only the second time we're kind of doing a breakdown like this. We'll have one more full-on Oscar speech tomorrow, and that'll be it for us. We got the roundtable. Our last roundtable is today, and we will be fully loaded for at least one segment. Brennan, Nunes, look, we still got to keep working, man. That's what we do. We are kind of evolving into more of a sports network, if you will, and it's really, really exciting. Brennan Nunes, he's got to go to practice. Frankie Carticelli and Chris Watkins, they should be holding it down with me for the hour. Brennan will be starting. That's right. One last time, baby. One last ride. So that is at 11. You don't want to miss that. I'm going to ask them very uncomfortable questions because it's our last hoorah, our last roundtable. They're going to be hopping on with Kayla and Matt, of course, and they're going to be hopping on with us on the drive, guys. But how that will work as far as all of them with me, because it was a solo show, not sure that we'll ever see something like this.
It's the true four-person roundtable.
That's right.
The roundtable is Allen Stiles, Chris Watkins, Brennan Nunes, and Frankie Carticelli. And no one can take that away from us.
That's right. Like when, the lead singer leaves and the group still makes New Edition, or who else did it? The Temptations. You can still have some hits, but it ain't like the original.
The Futures is just Dead and Company.
So
Allen, Whitey's like John Mayer in a way.
Hey, you're going to have to expand on that one, Kyle.
because John Mayer's the new lead singer of Grateful Dead.
There you go. There you go. See, I knew that. Of course I knew that.
This was a little too white for you.
This is a guy who didn't want to say I look like Chimezi Metu. 916.
I'm sorry.
916-339-1140. So we got the phone lines open all show long. Kyle, are we doing Cedric the Entertainer again?
We are, yes.
Okay, Cedric the Entertainer. We got that giveaway. That's coming up at 1 o'clock, and those tickets went very, very fast. So you want to be on top of that. If you're on the Sacktown Sports app or on the TuneIn app, you're going to want to make sure you are locked in at 1 o'clock on an AM or on YouTube. So make sure you have that. And I think that kind of covers all of the logistics and everything. Like I said, we're going to try to get Matt and Kayla in here in some capacity tomorrow to get everybody excited on a Friday before I go off to my bachelor party in Guerneville. And that'll be it. That'll be it. We'll do our sign off and it'll be a good time, man. So we appreciate it. Look, I'm not going to pretend like all the texts and all the chats have been positive, but this is part of it. Right? This is part of it. And like I said, I hate watched Alabama for years, but you know what? I watched, so we appreciate all of you, and that's just how it all kind of rounds out. All right, Kyle, we have plenty to talk about. I just saw something come through about Keon Ellis that we're going to get to, of course, and that's one of those things that dropped after we did the rundown. So we're going to work that into the show for you once we get more details. I think it was a New York Knicks writer. So basically all these writers are separately giving their takes on their teams approaching Keon Ellis, and it seems like the Kings are still trying to keep that first-round price tag. So we'll have that for you once we get a chance to get some air and double-check everything that was said. Look, 2 more days. I ain't reading anything live. Okay, I'm going to double check things, not double down, but I'm going to double check things before I say anything out loud. So we'll have that information for you. Mike McDaniel and his ankles have been fired. He is no longer in Miami. And, you know, you look at what Miami is possibly trying to do, what they're going to do with Tua. Seems like it's more of a refresh, I guess rebuild. We don't say that, but it's a heavy lift out there in Miami, as Scott Perry would say. So Mike McDaniel is out. He joins the likes of John Harbaugh and others with these teams that are trying to figure out what to do next. So we have that for you. We are going to get into some Niners in the 1 o'clock hour because there's a lot of conversations about Brock Purdy. And Brock Purdy has this clip with Mike Florio. And the reason I want to play it is because it very much reminds me of conversations that I have with Whitey Gleason, where Florio is trying to do this, and I double-checked. He's been saying this stuff for a while. He basically tries to say, Brock, when you turn into, you're Clark Kent, and then you turn into Superman, but you still look like Clark Kent, what do you have to say to that? And Brock looks at him and says, I don't know what you mean. And Whitey has given me the same look that Brock gave to Mike Florio time and time again. So we have that for you in the 1 o'clock hour, getting you ready for playoff football, man. It's an exciting time all over the sports landscape. We love it. We might not love the weather, but we do love all the sports and everything that we have going on. An initial point to that, and I guess I kind of buried the lead. Trey Young's gone. Trey Young is gone. And he didn't even cost the Wizards any picks, okay, anything like that. Trey Young is no longer part of the Atlanta Hawks, and now he moves forward to Washington, and I don't know what type of deal he's going to get next. I have no clue. But he moves towards Washington, and all Washington had to give up, C.J. McCollum and Corey Kispert. No, that's it. There's no waiting for details. There's no, well, Allen, what's the draft conversation? There is none. No draft compensation. The Hawks get an expiring contract with C.J. McCollum being a kind of plug-in player that seems excited. I was double checking all of this. I've seen a couple different things come through because of the whole 48 hours rule. So there are a couple ways to skirt the 48-hour rule that we talked about at the beginning of the trade season. So one way to skirt the 48-hour rule is you leave. Remember how the Kings' Dennis Schroeder deal was open for months, right? Now it's different because that was in the off season. But basically, if you leave it open and you're saying, hey, I'm trying to get a third team, okay? I'm trying to get a third team involved to aggregate C.J. McCollum's contract to get Anthony Davis. The Hawks can do that as long as they don't finalize the trade. Now, I would assume if you don't finalize the trade, these guys can't play. Now, with that being said, maybe the Wizards aren't really tripping because they're not doing much anyway. I don't know how important it is for them to get Trae Young on the court right now. We're also trying to double check how long can they just leave a trade open. This is kind of the in the weeds stuff that I just find interesting because the whole idea of the 48 hours thing was to be able to aggregate. Now, from what I was reading, the Hawks, they can trade CJ McCollum for another player, but you can't use his contract to go get AD because obviously that money doesn't match. So you can still do 1-for-1, which I didn't even know. I thought obviously this whole 48-hour rule, that was on purpose and why you obviously wanted to make that trade within those 48 hours. But from what I'm reading, this is from Grant Liffman, NBA on NBC. If the Hawks were to use CJ or Kispert's contracts in a bigger deal, they would have to leave this trade open and not complete it official before they bring in a third team. Otherwise, once completed, those contracts can't be aggregated with other contracts to make a trade before the deadline. They can be traded alone, though. And then he says, i.e. CJ straight up for whoever. So I don't think they're just going to leave it open because it's possible, but it doesn't sound like what they're doing. Or CJ McCollum doesn't believe that. He said he's ready to, do his thing in Atlanta, and everybody's saying he's such a good plug-in player. So I don't think that's going to be. Who also
doesn't play defense.
Right. I don't think that's going to be the case, Kyle. But yeah, I guess that's possible. We'll learn more within the next couple days here.
No, the biggest thing is that this trade opens up cap flexibility for Atlanta to go out and make a trade because I think they're like $16 million below the cap right now. So they wouldn't have to equally match. Just for simplicity's sake, the way they're going to land Anthony Davis is Porzingis' expiring contract, Risache, and then some other, maybe a young player or picks or something like that. But the foundation of the trade is going to be Porzingis expiring deal and Zachary Risache.
Kyle, and I'm going to give you your flowers because you've been writing for AD for a while. And as I mentioned, when it comes to kind of a PR, right, whether it regards to this station from a couple years back and where we are now, social media and Twitter isn't reality because I was told Anthony Davis is a bum. I was told Anthony Davis is street clothes. I was told all of these things, but Anthony Davis might be one of the hottest names on the trade market. The Warriors are looking at him. The Raptors are looking at him. The Hawks are looking at him. So, Kyle, you are one of those guys that have rode for Anthony Davis this whole time. Remember when we did that? By the way, Throwback Mobile, remember when we did that segment about Anthony Davis to the Kings?
Yeah.
And I got absolutely flamed where? On X, on Twitter, on social media. Now, all these teams, and I know the Warriors are on the fringe of contending, and same with the Hawks and the Raptors are the surprise team, but all these teams are now interested in Anthony Davis. It's the same thing we talk about with my guy, I call him CD now, Carmichael Dave, and how he wants nothing to do with James Harden. Right? Nothing to do with James Harden, and I don't want him in Sacramento. Now, there's two different conversations. The idea of not wanting to double down, let's see how many times I can say that in this opening segment, not wanting to double down, triple down, or quadruple down, that's one thing, right? But the idea that you don't want James Harden because he's not a winning player, because he's this, because he's that. The brother, MVP, he was just All-NBA last season. His numbers are still crazy. He's been pretty darn durable. So who are you as the Sacramento Kings or the Sacramento Kings fan to say, I don't want James Harden based on those things? If you don't want James Harden because you don't want to double down on this roster, fine. Same idea with Anthony Davis. You don't want Anthony Davis because, Allen, I don't like the fit with Sabonis. I just don't want to do it, and I don't want to make this roster marginally better. I just want to move forward. Cool. If it's that's street clothes, he's soft, he's this, he's that. Well, apparently 10 other teams don't think so. And the brother is making about $50 million a year. So they're willing to pay him that. So it's interesting, Kyle. We've spent so much time on this show talking about PR and talking about your narratives, right? And changing a narrative is very hard. I've always said Ron Calloway, he played for the Expos. He helped me out a lot when I was at the junior college at Kenyatta. He said, Allen, you got to be careful because once people have an idea about you, it's very, very hard to change. Now, as long as those people don't matter, then it doesn't matter. Joshua 43223 on X, he might be making fun of Anthony Davis, but all of these GMs that are trying to turn their teams around, they seem to care a lot about Anthony Davis. So the same thing here. When I came in, I took over this gig, and I'm sorry if your name is Joshua 4223, why are they hiring this dude from the Bay, this, that, the third? Well, 3 years later, seems like the tables have turned a little bit. You know, so I say all this because you look at a lot of these guys throughout the league and how they get viewed. Now, Trey Young is a little interesting simply because I don't really know what Trey Young's value is. I posted yesterday, I said, I don't know when anybody under 6'2" is going to get $40 million annually again. And I'm not talking about guys that are already on contract. Somebody said, well, Jalen Brunson's going to make that. Darius Garland's going to make that. I'm not talking about them. I'm saying moving forward. And then somebody said, Trey Young's probably going to get an extension at that clip. Are we sure?
I don't know about 40.
Are we sure about that?
Unless it's like 40 is the new 30, and this is the shrinkflation of NBA contracts.
You sure about that? So I don't see that happening. So Trey Young is separate, but a lot of these guys out here, when it comes to the James Hardens, the Anthony Davises, that might not have the best narratives going. Now Zion, that's a wild boy. Zion, that is just a different conversation for a different day that we're probably not going to get to within the last two shows. But a lot of these guys that have these narratives, it doesn't really reflect how the rest of the league looks at them. And Anthony Davis is probably the best example of that. So now Anthony Davis is probably going to make his way to Atlanta. It's so funny because there's sometimes when things come out early, right? Things come out early and all of a sudden you see that it's not going to happen. Right? They've talked about how long did we talk about the John Collins, the Cam Johnsons, all this stuff, and not even specifically with the Kings, just in general, and then ultimately nothing comes of it, right? There are other situations where you do see the writing on the wall. Like, we knew Kevin Durant was going to the Spurs or the Rockets. There are different situations where, no, this isn't just a long-standing rumor. This is basically we're working out some of the details and who is going to beat out the other team for that specific player when it comes to Kevin Durant. Now, as you look at Anthony Davis, it seems like Atlanta is the team most motivated to get Anthony Davis. A surprise team could come in there. But it goes without saying, Anthony Davis is probably not going to be on the Mavericks by the end of the trade deadline or, at worst, at the end of as we head into this 2026 offseason. So that's the news there with Trey. Now, how does all this connect to the Kings? Well, if Trae Young, couple-time All-Star, obviously we talked about it. He averages 24 and 11. If this dude, Trae Young, I think I would say at one point he was a superstar. I think he could get back there. He's not even, I don't believe he's even 30 yet. But if Trae Young, he's 27 years old. If Trae Young goes for a Corey Kispert and an expiring CJ McCollum contract, did you wake up this morning as a Kings fan saying, yeah, I think we're cooked? I think we're absolutely cooked. You know who else woke up feeling cooked? You know I got to do it. Only 2 shows left. Kuminga quota. The Warriors woke up saying, man, if Trae Young went for that, what the hell are we, sorry, Mom, what the hell are we going to be able to give up and get in return for Jonathan Kuminga? What in the world? Now, I'll say this. This is why I believe Scott Perry wanted to hold on to Zach LaVine, even though Zach LaVine and Clutch wanted out. By the way, speaking of Clutch, I don't know if you saw that, Rich Paul with his Max Kellerman. Do they put out more 2 podcasts a day? Every time I go on social media, Rich Paul is saying something else. Rich Paul is saying the number one thing De'Aaron told him when he signed to Clutch is that he didn't want to leave Sacramento. Now, I'm going to leave that for you right there. But we're going to get into that in the 12 o'clock hour. Now, speaking of Clutch, as I get back to Zach LaVine, who kind of sort of maybe wanted out, you have that situation, and I believe that's why Scott Perry wanted to hold on to him, because I think Zach LaVine has more value than a Trae Young. But now I'm looking at my Malik Monks, I'm looking at my DeMar DeRozans, and maybe the Hawks didn't have as much leverage because they just wanted to move on from Trae Young. But I'm looking at my Malik Monks, I'm looking at my DeMar DeRozans, maybe not Sabonis because he's just a different beast. But I'm looking at those 2 guys thinking, I don't know, Kyle. I don't know what they're going to go for.
Well, this is the nice thing about the NBA, Allen. If Desmond Bane taught us anything, it only takes one. You just need one team that sees one of your guys as a foundational piece of their franchise. Sacramento Kings and Zach LaVine. It just takes one.
Well, I don't know about well, here's the thing, though. That's why I didn't include Zach LaVine. The conversations we've had about DeMar and Malik, I don't know, maybe that's a different conversation than Trae Young. Maybe their markets were different to begin with. But now I look at that thinking, what are you supposed to get? I mean, to me, the thing about Malik is he's making $18 million. But now you're looking at, we discussed Jarris Walker and we'll discuss Keon Ellis in the news that came out in about 3 minutes here. But now I'm looking at Malik, thinking, what is the approach? Malik has been on the market this whole time. I look at that, Kyle, and I'm thinking, I know the Magic have too many shooting guards, and I'm not going to lie to you and say that I'm a Jet Howard aficionado, but do you find an expiring contract somewhere with the Magic and just say, give us an expiring and Jet Howard or something? Is Malik even worth that? I'm just trying to figure out, does the Trae Young deal, the only deal I feel like Trae Young on the Kings affects initially is Zach LaVine. Because I believe Zach LaVine has more value than Trae Young, and I believe Scott Perry knew that, which is why he didn't do that deal in the summer. Okay, that's what I believe. The other deals, I'm still trying to feel out if Trae's situation has anything to do with DeMar DeRozan or Malik Monk. And I don't know, there's a weird part of me, or there's a larger part of me that feels like if I were to ask Sam Amick, who was on the morning show, we'll get to some of those clips as well, Sam would say no, because they're just they're literally in a different tax class. But that's what we're going to try to break down on the show, because I did wake up thinking, what are they going to go for if Trae Young went for CJ McCollum's expiring contract and Corey Kispert? 4 hours with you. 3 hours, 30 minutes left. Roundtable coming up in 30 minutes. You don't want to miss that. And we got Cedric the Entertainer tickets at 1 p.m. We are rocking and rolling here. When we return, we get you that information. And who is interested in Keon Ellis? Maybe it's an old friend. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the drive, baby. Allen Stiles says farewell to the middays. Afternoons, here he comes. Beginning January 12th.
It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and now Allen Stiles. Kings, Niners, NFL. Allen's college baseball stats and Major League Baseball talk. Weekday afternoons 2 to 6 on your number one sports station in Sacramento. Sacktown Sports 1140.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Join us this Friday, January 9th for game night at Roosters on the River. Join the Sacktown Sports Street team from 5 to 7 for our game live broadcast. Stop by for food, drinks, fun. Take a shot at our Papa Shot to win prizes as well. It's Roosters on the River. It's game night done right.
Celebrate the new year in style with a new Honda from Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. With new Hondas in stock and ready to go, now is the time to save on your favorite Honda in person or online. CR-V, HR-V, Pilot, Accord, Civic, and Ridgeline. It's a new year with endless possibilities. Get the deals that make it easy to say yes. Upgrade and save today at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Sometimes you need country music.
If I'm the problem.
Next time you have that feeling, check out New Country 105.1 KNCI, where you have 4 opportunities each weekday to win $1,000 and double your paycheck. New Country for Sacramento, 105.1 KNCI.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. And yeah, we are reacting here to a couple different reports coming out about Keon and how Keon Ellis's future is going to be shaped here within the next couple weeks. All right, this is from James L. Edwards III, who covers the Knicks for The Athletic. Yeah, and that's the team, the New York Knicks, with old friend Mike Brown. You got to think in a couple weeks here, whenever they take on the Knicks, Keon goes off in that game. Prop talk. Keon goes off in that game. We only got a couple prop talks left, so hopefully we can get you some money for diapers or whatever the case may be. By the way, I mean, Valentine's Day is just around the corner. It's just around the corner.
Is it? I hadn't noticed.
It's arriving quickly.
All right. After the Super Bowl.
This is what James L. Edwards had to say. From a money standpoint, Ellis would be easy for the Knicks to take on. He's only making $2.3 million this year. Ellis and McDermott for Yabusele. Hey, man. Yabusele and Precious Achua. I need it.
Both just trying to get their health care.
I need it like I need air. And some second-round picks would get it done on paper, but it takes 2 to tango. Yabusele has a player option for next season that Sacramento might not be interested in, and I've heard the Kings are currently interested in a late first-round pick for Ellis, though that can change as the deadline inches closer. Yeah, and I like what James says at the end of that, because it does kind of turn into how confident are you, if you're the Kings, how confident are you that the extension with Keon Ellis is going to happen? How confident are you that that's going to happen? Because if you're not confident that that's going to happen, then maybe you lower that price tag. As my guy, Anthony Slater, said, and I just love the way he kind of worded this. He said this about the Kings and Kuminga the Warriors and Kuminga, because apparently the Warriors said they would be okay with keeping Kuminga through the trade deadline, and Anthony Slater kind of called them out and said, it's posturing season. And everybody was kind of cracking up when they heard that, it's posturing season. And that's kind of what I feel like with the Keon Ellis thing. I think it's posturing season with the Kings, and I don't know that they truly believe they're going to get a late first. And James Edwards is saying, this is what they're saying right now. I don't know if they truly won't move him unless, and even the sweetener thing, I don't know that they truly won't move him unless it's for a first, unless they feel confident that Keon will sign an extension or stay with them after trying out free agency. Because if they don't feel confident on that, they can't say that, but they can't afford to wait for a first rounder in case they don't get it.
Yeah, and we talked about this, I think, on Tuesday when we were saying if you trade Keon for a couple of seconds, you're essentially restarting the clock on trying to develop a new Keon Ellis, right? Because these second-round picks, you got 2 years to figure it out, and many of them don't hit, and they maybe go to another team or go to Europe or something like that. So if you get a first-round pick, at least you have 4 years of team control, which if you sign the extension, that's 7 or 8 years of team control, and you just have a higher percentage chance of that player turning into something. So I understand why the Kings would be holding out for it, but if push comes to shove and you're not getting a good read on keeping Keon in free agency, or you don't think you want to offer him in that $10 to $15 million a year price range we've been talking about, then yeah, you maybe just say, we'll cut our losses and do Yabusele in a couple seconds, and we don't even care if Yabusele stays. Or I saw ESPN did a trade article this morning. They had Dalton Knecht and a second-round pick for Keon.
Excuse me?
Dalton Knecht and a second-round pick to the Kings, Keon to the Lakers.
Well, where's the second-round pick?
Second-round pick is 2032, so a seventh grader.
Okay. I was listening more intently when you said that. Here's what's interesting, Kyle. Going back to our guy, Austin Rivers, and the idea that you have these projects, right? And the whole conversation of the NBA middle class going away. And they're gonna fix this whenever they can. Obviously,
I don't need you to have the bag work.
Obviously, things are going to hit two extremes, one extreme than the other. Kevin Love was getting on whoever was it, CJ McCollum, who's part of the new CBA and the second apron, all this stuff. But it does feel, and I'm just thinking about this kind of off the top of the head, it does feel like second rounders are more valuable because nobody is able to spend money. So you almost have to pay more attention to the second rounders, especially if you're a smaller market, right? I don't know that the Lakers have to do that. I don't know that the Knicks, and even the Knicks are always playing some second rounder or some late first rounder, but I don't know that these bigger markets have to do that. The Sacramentos, the Phoenixes, and cities like that, when you hear, I'm the guy that poo-poos second rounders. I have. But when I see what some of these guys are doing that came in the second round, if you're telling me, Kyle, hey, you get 2 second rounders towards the top of the second round, I'm just going to take 2 projects, two second round Tejan Salons, and hopefully one of them hits. That's kind of what the model is now.
Well, the other thing about picks is that they can be useful down the line in another deal. For example, the Kings flipped 2 second-round picks into Jake LaRavia. Mm-hmm. Now, Jake LaRavia was on an expiring deal, and there were restrictions about whether they'd be able to re-sign him or not. But at the end of the day, you got a former first-round pick for 2 second-round picks in a trade. So, there's situations like that where you get 2 second-round picks now, you can flip 2 second-round picks later to get something else that might be more valuable or a better fit or more aligned with your timeline.
Yeah.
Washington just traded 2 second-round picks for Cam Whitmore, right? Mm-hmm. If you trade Keon now and you get a Cam Whitmore-type project that's a former first-round pick that's flamed out somewhere else, then, at the end, it's kind of a net even.
Yeah. Yeah, and, the other thing, too, is somebody saying, Ken on the Sack Chat is saying the Kings can sign Ellis to an extension after the deadline and it doesn't affect the aprons. Yeah, it's not about the Kings wanting Keon Ellis. I believe that they do want Keon Ellis. I don't know how much, but I believe that they do want Keon Ellis. It gets to a point, when you get into the Wild Wild West, it gets to a point where being an unrestricted free agent, it gets to a point where Keon has to want to come back. That's the conversation. We know what the Kings can do. Keon could say, I'm good off of that. Yeah. I'm good off that situation. I appreciate the opportunity. I appreciate what y'all did for me, but it's time for me to spread my wings and fly while I can. Because Keon probably only going to get one crack at this. Maybe he gets another similar contract and when this one's up, he signs 3 years, whatever the case may be. But he's not ever going to get the 60-year contract, something like that. This is his opportunity to join the transfer portal. This is his opportunity for NIL. And he's going to take advantage of it.
It's so stupid that we say that, as if the transfer portal isn't free agency. Except the contracts don't matter because the Washington quarterback signed a contract.
Look, man, I'm very fascinated, and I like him as a quarterback. But we'll talk about that tomorrow. Obviously, and by the way, I'm pretty sure there's college football playoff tonight.
Yeah, I think tonight's the
it's Miami
and Ole Miss.
Miami, Ole Miss. So we got that for Trinidad trying to get his 18th year. I'm not mad at you, Trinidad, but
it's the who's back off.
That's right. But as far as Keon is concerned, Kyle, I think I would specifically take Anthony Slater's quote and use that with the Kings as he's using it with Kuminga, it's posturing season. It's posturing season, and I don't know if deep down the Kings in their heart of hearts truly believe they're going to get a first rounder. I'd love to get a late first rounder, and I'd love for it to be 2026 so I can get my boy Neo from Virginia Tech because I need him, right? But if that doesn't happen, I think the Kings would probably settle, and it wouldn't make fans feel great. But I think they might settle for something less than that if it's a project that didn't work out, a Jet Howard-esque type player, or some second rounders, and like you said, restart the clock. I just don't truly believe that they think I think they want to believe they'll get a first rounder. I guess what I'm saying is I don't believe that they're willing to take that chance unless it's a first rounder. Granted, they have had a decent conversation with Keon, and that's in a better place. And from what I'm hearing, I don't know that it's in the best place, right? It could be in a better place. How about that?
Yeah, and the other part of it is that the Kings knew that this was the outcome when they decided to not exercise the option in the summer. They knew that there was a chance he would hit unrestricted free agency, which is why I've been saying all summer and into now, their decision-making process suggests they don't believe Keon is a long-term part of this team. The decisions they have, no matter what they say, the decisions they've been making suggest that Keon will not be a long-term part of this team.
Yeah, and, we had Keon on Media Day, and he said he was really hoping that they would decline the option and he wouldn't have to deal with this. I wonder if he feels like that now because, we were talking to a writer at Bleacher Report and they were saying, I don't know if, for somebody like Keon, if he's going to be the hottest name and he might just want to sign. I don't think he would want to take a chance in unrestricted free agency. And I think Keon probably felt the same way at that time. But you talk about narratives, Kyle. You talk about PR. Keon had a good game a couple games ago. When he's played pretty well. It was kind of rough to start, not going to lie. He's picked his spots. He had that great block. This is what you got to do. He blocks Klay Thompson in the corner, national television. Keon has played this thing in a really smart way, and he's shown up when he's needed to show up, and he might be looking at it saying, oh, who's that on the phone? Oh, the Kings? Oh, I'll get to them when I get to them, right? You know how it used to be when you're initially looking for a job versus when you got multiple jobs that are interested in you, right? Oh, my goodness, I got to pick up the phone. It's the Kings. Are you going to sign me? Now, Keon, hey, somebody else can handle that, man. Somebody else can pick that up. I got other people. Is that the Lakers? Who is it? Who's calling me right now? Because he's going to have calls, man. 916-339-1140. Speaking of calls, let's get to your calls on the other side. Don't move. 2-minute breather, and then we're back. William, you kick us off. Let's get these phone lines open. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the Drive Guys.
January 12th.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Allen Stiles.
This is the Drive Guys.
Weekday afternoons 2 to 6 on Sacktown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to start strong, so you can give everything you've got. From plate-loaded strength equipment and functional training areas to treadmills, stair climbers, and free weights. Our equipment is best in class, and our clubs are right around the corner, so you can make this your strongest year yet. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, January 9th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
California's largest Sportsman's Expo is back, January 15th through 18th at Cal Expo in Sacramento. Just once a year, NorCal's largest gathering for anglers, hunters, boaters, RVers, and off-roading enthusiasts. Buy the latest gear, discover the best destinations. Your life outdoors at the International Sportsman's Expo, January 15th through 18th at Cal Expo in Sacramento. More info at sportsexpos.com.
Welcome to the Bar None Auction. Bar None Auction is selling thousands of items this Saturday, January 10th in Sacramento. Large farming and construction equipment, cars, trucks, and industrial supplies all sold to the highest bidder. Always open to the public. Visit barnoneauction.com.
600. So.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. Let's kick off the phone lines here. 916-339-1140 if you want to be a part of the conversation. That's the same phone line and the same number you will use if you want tickets to see Cedric the Entertainer. That's at 1 o'clock. Okay? He's going to be at Thunder Valley. Go get yourself a ribeye. Maybe you'll see me out there. Go get yourself a ribeye and hear one of the original Kings of Comedy. 916-339-1140. Let's get to William. Wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, William? What you got for us?
Good morning. Hey, I think you guys should go look at some centers in Orlando. And I'm going to miss you guys together. God bless y'all.
Hey, thanks for the call, man. I really appreciate that. I really do. Kyle and I, we've kind of grown up together a little bit. It's weird when people say, I guess when something does feel like it's been a bunch of years, that's normally supposed to be a negative. So when I say it feels like I've been doing this show with you, Kyle, for much longer than, a year and some change, that's not a negative to me. That feels like we've built something in a short amount of time, right?
Well,
that's how I feel about it.
And the Sacramento Kings really did a number on us last year.
Oh, man, yeah.
I mean, that 1 year felt like 5 years. Dude.
Yeah, just, I guess, a trauma connection together.
Something like that. But, yeah, the show lasted basically 13 months.
Yeah. I'm looking here from what William had to say. The number one person I think he's talking about is Jonathan Isaac, who we've joked about because we just don't know who he is and what he's supposed to do. Wendell Carter Jr., I like. He's 26 years old. And Goga Badaze, he's only 26. It's crazy to me. I would have thought Goga, I'm so bad with ages, I would have thought that brother was 34. He's the same age as Wendell Carter Jr. They're both 26 years old. Goga, to me, if you were to move on from a Sabonis situation, sure. But, yeah, both of these guys, it's tough. I just think Goga's making 8 a year. Wendell's making 10. They're kind of doing it by committee in Orlando. I guess one of them could be a backup out here. The center situation, are we sure that we would want to bring in Wendell or Goga? Or are we prioritizing Maxime Reynaud? Or are we going to try Maxime Reynaud at the 4? So that's what I would want to know from Will.
I feel like you're doing the thing where Goga Batadze and Zaza Pachulia and Boban Marjanovic are spiritually all the same age.
I mean, I'm not going to sit here and act like I watch a lot of Goga Batadze. I'm not grinding. I've grinded a lot of film. I haven't grinded that much of Goga Bitadze film. When he plays the Kings, or I'll see them when they're playing the Warriors or something like that, when NBC Sports lets me, yeah, I'll see him.
But it feels like
they don't got a lot of national games.
Feels like he's been in the league for 15 years, though.
Honestly, he just and a lot of these guys, they just appear. Like, I don't know when he came into the league. I just saw him one day, and I thought, that guy's 34. But he's not 34.
You thought he had played 7 years in Europe and was finally making the transition to the NBA?
If I asked you who's older, Goga Bitadze or Wendell Carter Jr., 95% of the crowd would say Goga's got to be 5 years older than Wendell Carter Jr. They're the same age.
When Goga Bitadze was drafted, he was 19 years old.
To the NBA?
Yes.
And then he went back. He must have went back.
So he played in Georgia as a teenager, but no, after he was drafted, he was with the Pacers for 3 years.
I'm seeing this, yeah.
And then the Magic.
Maybe I need to be more well-versed on Goga. I'm looking here, I'm trying to confirm. So Goga was born, his birthday is July 20th. Okay, Goga's birthday is July 20th. Wendell Carter's birthday, April.
So Wendell Carter is older than Goga Bitadze. Just seems impossible.
No, it is.
It's not like Wendell Carter has. I think they're the same draft class.
Oh my
But
goodness.
I can't believe that both of them have been around this long, and Wendell Carter is now older.
No,
than Goga
Wendell
Bitadze.
was drafted in 2018. Goga was drafted in 2019.
Okay, so they were pretty close. Wait, Wendell Carter is like an 8-year, and that seems impossible.
I know.
Wendell Carter can't be an 8-year NBA veteran.
Yeah, I'd like to get back to Will's point. I would like to be interested in one of those guys. I like Wendell Carter a lot. I think he does. He's a good mix between the old, the traditional center and the kind of new age center. But you'd have to explain to me what we're doing with Maxime.
Wendell Carter cannot be an 8-year veteran in the league, and the thing I know most about his career is he's dating Angel Reese.
Is he?
Yes.
Wasn't she dating the guy on the Bulls?
No, it's Wendell Carter.
Double check. I think
Wendell Carter also used to be on the Bulls.
I think well, no, there was a different guy. Hold on. Not to put anybody business in the streets. 916-339-1140. Uh-oh. TC has a trade idea. TC, I'm gonna be honest. I only got a couple more shows left. So if this thing is not popping, I gotta tell you, okay? But I love you, TC, and I'm all ears. Our guy TC, what you got for us, man?
Man, it's good. So listen, we got DeMar DeRozan and Keon Ellis, right?
Okay.
Going to the Lakers for the expiring contract at Rui. Hey, we got the Jake LaRavia guy back. 1 year, $6 million. Jackson Hayes expiring, and a 2028 first-round pick.
I mean, TC, of course I would do that. Why would the Lakers do that though?
Because you get a 20-point scorer in DeRozan, a for sure scorer that you can add with Luka and LeBron, right? And also you get your 3-and-D guy in Ellis that you've been scooping around. I know the other guys can shoot threes, but they can't shoot threes like Keon and play defense. Plus, you get a little younger.
Okay. Look, I would do it. You know I would do it. I think a lot of Kings fans would do that. Thanks for the call, TC. We appreciate you, man. And I TC, as well as others, I hope you come with me to the afternoon show. But, of course, show love to Kyle, Matt, and Kayla, the midday show. Just keep us on. Just keep it locked 12 hours a day.
We're still working it out.
That's right. 12 hours a day. But I just don't know why the Lakers would do that.
Yeah, to his point about none of those guys can shoot it like Keon can. Rui's shooting 45% from three. Like, Rui is the best three-point shooter on that team.
Now, I do know that he sometimes turns into the scapegoat. And look, give me a Rui. You know I love my guy, DeAndre Hunter. I need one of those guys. They're all the John Collins type of, and I know John Collins is probably a little bigger than them, but they're all that type of guy that the Kings just don't have. The Kings version of that is Precious Achiuwa. So I'm with you. I'm just struggling with DeMar DeRozan's value and why the Lakers would do that when they have I know their offense has been wonky, but I don't know that DeMar DeRozan fixes that. You got a self-creating scorer in Austin Reeves, a self-creating scorer, I guess, still in LeBron when he wants to, and Luka. So I don't know. You bring DeMar off the bench for $24 million. I would do it in a heartbeat, TC. But I just don't know why the Lakers, maybe not Jackson, you throw Jackson Hayes in there too. I just don't think the Lakers would do that.
So the Lakers would get rid of the 2 role players that are actually playing good for them.
And their backup center.
And get back DeRozan, who is going to never touch the ball with Luka.
And they're giving up a first.
Yeah, I mean.
You got to remove like 2 things, TC, and I probably still do it.
How about we'll switch it up here. If it's DeRozan and Keon for Maxi Kleber's expiring contract, Jake LaRavia, and forget Jackson Hayes, whatever, the first-round pick.
You said
Maxi Kleber's expiring contract, so doesn't matter. Jake LaRavia and the first-round pick TC was talking about
for Keon
and DeRozan.
I don't mind it. We got to double check if Jake, because I know he signed. Is he a January 15th guy?
Sure.
Yeah. I know it's not the same as Keegan. I'm pretty sure he can be moved.
Yes. LaRavia can be moved because he's a free agent signing.
I would get LaRavia back because he's one of my guys. Right? He's a DeAndre Hunter, Rui Hachimura. Apparently he hasn't been playing that well, by the way. Laker fans are not happy with him.
I mean, it's still Jake LaRavia. I mean,
excuse me?
Let's not pretend like.
Excuse me?
Let's not pretend Jake's coming in here and he's like playing like a $25 million player.
One more time?
I mean,
I didn't catch that. What's with you and Jake's? I don't know why you have a problem with guys named Jake. What's your deal?
I'm not saying Jake LaRavia was not the savior when he was here, even though we'd see him outside in Doko all the time. It was like the most personable king I've seen of all the time here. He'd just be walking around taking pictures with people in Doko.
TC, you got it right as far as Kings fans would do that in a heartbeat. But I know there's probably a double agent Laker fan on this chat or on the YouTube, and there's no way they would do that. Now, what you said, Kyle, I like it because you basically are asking the question, to me, no disrespect to DeMar DeRozan, but it's basically who would you rather have, Keon than Jake LaRavia? There's a chance that you lose Keon. That relationship is kind of sketched out because of, everything we talked about in the last segment. So I probably do it because it just might be time to, if you can get Jake back and start fresh with someone, I'm in the camp of that. And then you get Maxi Kleber, who you've been trying to get on this team for about 10 years now, and he's expiring contract. So I probably do that deal, but I'm doing that deal not because I necessarily think Jake LaRavia is better than Keon. It's because just in case the relationship with Keon is too far gone and he ain't going to sign anyway, then I would do it because Jake LaRavia is under contract. When we return, I asked Kyle to pull the third quarter stats based on what my mom asked me. Do the Kings get tired? And you'll be surprised as to, it's just more of a conundrum with why the Kings are bad, because you'll be surprised just how not bad they are. We also got Roundtable coming up. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the Drive Guys.
January 12th.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Allen Stiles.
This is the Drive Guys.
Weekday afternoons 2 to 6 on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT this month only. Call 916-619-3000. That's 916-619-3000. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
Between all the holiday parties,
weekend tailgates,
and family get-togethers,
we've been overindulging a little more than usual over the holidays. But now, we are starting the new year off on a healthier note by taking active liver supplements from New Nordic every day.
Active Liver contains a powerful blend of turmeric, milk thistle, and globe artichoke extract, all natural ingredients that help protect the liver so that it can protect you from toxins. It's like giving my body a daily detox. I've never felt better, and my energy is through the roof.
And my doctor is already impressed with how much better my numbers are looking. So if better health, more energy, and detoxing your body are some of your priorities this year, get Active Liver today and start the year off knowing you're giving your liver some well-deserved relief.
Active Liver is available online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com. Or pick some up today at your local CVS, ShopRite, Meijer Grocery. Are now available at Wegmans. New year, new you, new Nordic.
You live for this. The wins, the losses, the slam dunks, and the buzzer beaters. The dream that this is your team's year. Hope. It's what keeps you coming back. So you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when everything's on the line, your support means everything. That's why the NBA Store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? We have options for everyone. Plus, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make for lower payments. It's no wonder Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not.
Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda. Yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know you can't cook. You're not one of those people who say that they can, but when people come over for dinner, they find out the hard way, you can't. You can't even microwave popcorn, and that's literally just one button. Plus, measuring and patience are huge parts of cooking, and that's just not you. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-897-4400. That's 800-897-4400.
Sacramento's Outwork playlist is Mix 96.
I'm in love with the shape of you.
Now with 4 opportunities each weekday to be our $1,000 Employee of the Day. Today's hits and yesterday's favorites, Mix 96. KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 11.
We got to keep you on your toes. And duty calls, I told you, these guys are some of the hardest workers in the Sacramento media market, in the industry, I'll say it. Chris Watkins, Fred Carticelli, they're busy, okay? They're busy doing some other stuff. So we think we're still going to be able to have them at some point today, but Brennan Nunes is going to join us right now. Then Brennan's got to run to practice. Everybody's running around. It's a busy time at the station as we've been.
Why? Did something happen today?
Yeah, as we've been laying out, like we said, there's more to some of the announcements today. We've announced everything 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., but there's more to it. And Frankie, Chris, the crew, they're all working to get everything across the finish line. So we appreciate them. And we appreciate Brendan for finding the time. As Brendan, you're about to head to the practice for the Sacramento Kings. By the way, Brendan, what is the vibe, right? Does it feel like, because from the outside looking in, it looks like, not to get too graphic here, but it looks like a scab that has healed and there's a scar so people can see it, but it doesn't hurt anymore. Right? So everyone's just kind of numb to this situation.
But it could be reopened at any time.
It could be. It could be. You know, Scott's going to make calls when he makes calls. It is what it is. Like that report comes out from Jake Fisher yesterday, Zach LaVine, not asked out, but said, hey, would you want to maybe try to get me to Atlanta? And Scott Perry said, I'm cool. Thank you for the opinion or the idea, though. Like, does anybody look at Zach any differently? What's your large picture take on the vibe of the team right now?
I think at least talking to guys post-game, and maybe that's a bad example because typically that's after a loss, and I think that certain guys deal with that differently, but it does feel very player to player. Like Keon, you could sit down and have a normal conversation with about Bama getting their butts kicked, and he's laughing, joking around. It doesn't mean he doesn't care. That's just how he's going to go about it.
Keon about to get paid.
He probably, hey, like I said, it doesn't mean he doesn't care. I wouldn't blame him if he didn't.
No, I am here physically.
He's probably like, listen, I just got to power through, and I got a month left in this.
Listen, all I got to do is keep swatting future Hall of Famers like Klay Thompson on national television, and I'm about to get the bag.
I just got to make sure Kings fans still love me, and we're going to be good.
Today, the Knicks are interested. Every day, Keon is just looking, who's calling me? He was calling me today.
The Knicks being interested is so ironic, by the way. Love it. Hilarious. But then like a guy like DeMar, for example, wears it a little bit more after losses, right? You saw it after that last one. I think that one probably stung a little bit more since he actually had a clutch opportunity. And that's been so rare throughout the course of this season. I think that if the Kings had more close games, you would see the value of DeMar more. I do think he can still help a team. But yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of player to player. For the most part, we're not going into, like, I'm not expected to go into this practice and think everybody's going to be all gloomy, heads down. Like, no, I mean, what are they supposed to do? It's when it comes down to it, this is their job, really. And I think that they probably look around and are like, hey, we're not a very good team. Like, what are we going to do? They're going to try everything to figure out directions to improve. But in the meantime, like, you can't just be hating your life, to be honest.
Well, I mean, come on, man. We don't have to do the thing, but ain't nobody, well, I shouldn't say nobody, but it's a lot easier to handle a bad situation making millions of dollars.
Yes.
You know what I mean? We all got to deal with stuff at work. But I would be happy-go-lucky, right? Kyle,
your show would be wild.
I told Kyle I wouldn't be fighting with texters. If I'm making millions, I probably still would. But I probably still would. I'm making millions of dollars. You can call me whatever you want.
Oh, you're in it for the love of the game, Allen.
This is true.
That's also true. But with that being said, it's funny when you were talking, Brennan, it reminded me of someone that I dang near forgot was on the team. There's somebody that throughout this process, they've been one of the guys to care about this team and trying to make this team better. And I do wonder if the vibe changed when Malik Monk essentially got iced, because that's one of the guys, he chose to be here. We know, limited free agent, we get that. But in some capacity, he chose to be here. He loves being in Sacramento. He loves the golf out here. He loves the city. He's the pizza guy. Once he got put on ice, he was the guy where, and I know I saw you doing the interviews, we got to pass the ball more, trying to make this team better. This was weeks ago now, maybe a month or two ago. Now that they're here, Malik is being a good teammate, all that, but it's a different version of Keon where he's saying, if y'all not going to play me, then I guess I'm just kind of waiting. And it's not even the weird thing is, with Kuminga, this is an up-top mandate, and Steve Kerr just doesn't like him, right? Whatever. This is a mandate.
Feeling seems mutual.
Right. Throughout the organization, we're done with Kuminga. We knew this was going to happen, and it was different leading up to leading into the season. Kuminga also wanted out, right? Different situation. They've made a decision. Hey, we're just going to put Kuminga on ice. Malik wants to play. He wanted to start, and as far as we know, Kuminga and his assets, I know he's dropped in his value, but that's a little bit different. He's 22, 23 years old. Malik, this is a situation for what we've been told. This is just Doug saying he doesn't fit what we're trying to do. I know they ain't been winning games since they made the move, and Malik is just sitting there saying, okay, well, I'm here if you need me. I don't know if I'm actually being iced because I can't play or I don't fit, or is it because you are trying to trade me, but you've been trying to trade me and my value isn't good, so that would make me think that you want me to play more to try to get my value better. I think when Malik got iced, that definitely turned into, okay, well, who on this team is supposed to care?
Yeah, it's that one's a really weird one. Like, we've had this conversation about Keon Ellis for a year and a half. I think it's more egregious with Malik. Like, Malik is a straight-up better player than Keon, and you're the 30th ranked offense in the NBA. 30th. Like, that's insane to me on a team. Sure, Domas not out there. Keegan has missed so many games throughout this season. They've never played a single game together. Like, you could do the whole injury thing. They've had really bad injury luck this year. You still have Zach LaVine. You still have DeMar DeRozan. You still have Dennis Schroeder. You have some shooters on this team. The spacing is really bad, and I think that's a big part of the issue here. But it feels like Doug was emphasizing, there's so much defense coming into the year. They're 28th in defensive rating, and it feels like they are sacrificing offensive potential by not playing Malik Monk to try and be better on the defensive end. And I don't think we're really seeing that play out. Like, your defense is still horrible.
There was two games ago, Keon played, what was that, Kyle, 5 minutes?
Yeah.
5 or 9 minutes? I think it was 5 minutes, and Malik didn't play either.
Yeah. And that may have been the one where Keon went out early, where he went out halftime with that little thumb issue that he had going on. But he's really not playing much, to your point.
Yeah.
It probably would have been double that. It would have been 10 minutes on the night. You know what I mean? It's not like he's getting a crazy amount of run out there. And it's crazy to me that it seems like Doug is committed to playing a little bit more size, and I think that's why you're seeing the likes of when Keegan was out there, he was sharing the floor with Precious and a big. Doug McDermott is getting minutes.
Yeah.
But that's crazy to me. Doug McDermott, I don't care, like, positionally, whatever it may be, I get it that you need a little more size, whatever. No, like, Malik is just so much a better player than Doug McDermott that, to me, what are we talking about here?
Yeah. I'm looking here just at Keon's last, 5 games here. So minutes-wise, that 5, I think that's what you were talking about, the thumb. To be fair, he played 23 minutes last game, played 5. That might have been the thumb situation. 35 minutes. I think that's when he dropped, or he had 14 in that game, played 35 minutes. And then before that, against Boston, 27, then 19. So he is playing more.
He hasn't been very good either, though, to be honest.
And you know what? We're doing this thing here where it's Keon versus Malik because we had Chris Haynes and we were briefed and he went on NBA. He went on. Kyle is looking for the drop, so I was trying to wait for the drop.
This is Chris Haynes, and you've been briefed.
And he goes on.
So funny.
And he says on TV, right? He says, Keon Ellis has leapfrogged Malik Monk, and there's a very clear statement in that has happened, but I don't even know if that's necessarily what had to happen, right? Like, why is Malik, you look at and Dennis Schroeder has been scoring a little bit, sure, but it didn't have to be Malik versus Keon, in my opinion.
I would agree. And I think that's where you get to Russ playing 30 minutes a night, DeMar playing 30 minutes a night. Because it's like, I don't think it's a black and white, hey, well, this guy doesn't play, so that's what would make room for Keon. I think it's just kind of lowering a little bit of the minutes for everybody. And to me, it wouldn't surprise me if, they're trying to be more, well, if he's only playing 10 minutes out there, can he ever really get a rhythm and provide for us? Sure, but Russell Westbrook in the end of these games has been really bad. Russ for actually just the last 15, 20 games. I think he has good moments, but it's the full Russell Westbrook experience recently where there's these great energy plays. You never have to question his effort, but there's some turnovers. There's the shot selection. Everybody talks about when their offense gets bad, it's about iso ball. Most people think of DeMar DeRozan. I think Russ is more guilty of that than DeMar throughout the course of this year.
Yeah.
And Malik is on the other end, where I would think that if Sabonis was out there, it would help his case a little bit because he played probably the best off of anybody on this team with Sabonis. But right now, the pick and roll game that you're seeing Russ develop with Maxime Reynaud and some of these other bigs, Malik can do that.
Yeah.
Malik can do that, and he can space the floor. The spacing is so bad, Allen. The amount of times that you look out there and there's one, maybe two guys that are actually threats from three. They can't get into the paint reliably. And it's all things that Malik would help. He doesn't help you defensively, but guess what? You're bad there. The thing I've been saying all year long on here, wherever else, they're not good at anything.
No.
At anything.
Yeah.
And to me, they have offensive talent. They should at least be solid on that end. It feels like Doug Christie's almost doing a Mike Brown impression of I just want to talk about the defense. I just want to talk about the defense. That's a lot easier when you have the league-leading offense to say. That's a lot harder to say when you're 30th in offense.
Well, and a couple days ago, I can't remember. I know we pulled the audio courtesy KCRA from Sean Cunningham, but I can't remember.
Here's Sean Cunningham. Who? I don't know.
I can't remember if Sean asked the question or not, but somebody said, hey, Doug, both your offensive and defensive ratings are bad. I saw that. I think it was at practice.
Sean,
it was Sean. And Doug, kind of said, well, when you don't defend, it affects your offense and things like that. But I do feel like he's finally coming to a point, and I gave a lot of kudos to Sacramento media who's there at the practices and things like that because you guys, it feels like you're no longer just letting Doug say it doesn't matter. Well, hey, buddy, the numbers aren't good, so we can't just say that anymore, right? Or if you were good at defense, then we wouldn't ask you about the offense, but you're not good at either one, so we can't allow you to just keep saying offense doesn't matter because neither is good.
Right.
Neither is good.
Yeah, that's very much the point that we're at. And when I made the trip in L.A., down to L.A., where it feels like right prior to that, there were a 5-game stretch where I'm like, hey, they're relatively to getting their butts kicked, blown out every single game. I was like, kind of feel like they're turning a corner a little bit.
Yeah.
Of most games were competitive, they were scoring decently, and the thing that they were good at was turning teams over. I still think that's where you see this team actually have their good quarters. The 38-point quarter they had against, was it Dallas? That was the last game, I believe. That 38-point first quarter, they're turning the other team over a bunch and scoring in transition. Transition's where every team is good.
Yeah.
Every team. Some teams, sure, better than others. Like, we want to get hyper efficient in there. That's where basketball becomes simple and easy.
Yeah.
Right? And that's why they're good in that aspect.
Three-man weave.
You keep it simple,
yeah.
And can make it easy in that aspect. Their half-court offense is horrible, though. Yeah. And you're right. Doug has talked about it more. He's even admitted that, I feel like our offense kind of has been affecting our defense. Like, oh, really? What do you know? Yeah. And so I do feel like Doug has been acknowledging it more. You can't not when you're literally dead last. You're behind the Indiana Pacers, who it's hilarious that the Pacers and the Kings, two teams that were number one in offensive rating the last couple of years, are down in the dumps now. But
both dealing with injuries.
To their star player that they run all their schemes around and everything. But the issue is, if this looked good when Sabonis was out there, then that would actually be a valid excuse in my mind. Mm-hmm. But this looked bad when Domas was out there too. It didn't look any better in the moments that they have been quote unquote healthy relatively. Again, Domas, Keegan haven't played a game together all year. You could do all that. But you have offensive talent on this team. And it feels like, and one of them is literally getting DNP CDs, and he's one of your 5-6 best players on the roster. Just that in itself, in my mind, means you need to make minutes for him somewhere. I don't care about Russ attempting to keep climbing the boards here. Malik is a better player, and it's not just about Russ. You could go down the line and say that he's better than Keon. I do think he should be playing over Keon.
You've been saying that.
I know we'd get right back to the, hey, Keon's not playing conversation, and that is its own thing that we've talked about plenty, but it's pretty crazy to me. And I'll tell you right now, I'm planning on asking about the offense the entire time at practice today. It needs to be a conversation.
Yeah. I know I had asked Kyle to pull these stats because when my mom was up for New Year's, she was forced to watch a lot of Kings basketball.
Why'd you do that to her?
I don't know. Ugh. I shouldn't have. And she kept asking, do they get tired? Because of all the blowouts, it felt like in the third quarter. But Kyle, you pulled the numbers, and it sounds like they're not as bad as I guess it seems like.
Well, it's pretty bad, but
it's not any worse than the other 3 quarters.
Yes, that's the thing. So just raw numbers, third quarter stats, they are 25th in point differential, which is negative.
How many teams are there?
There's 30. You want to know the teams who are
Great
worse?
question.
It's the Clippers, the Jazz, the Pacers, the Pelicans, and the 76ers.
That's the third quarter differential?
Yes, that's third quarter point differential.
Only surprise there is the Sixers, I guess.
Yeah. They don't do net rating by quarter, so I just have points per game and points allowed. They're 27th in points scored. They're 20th in points allowed. Although, random note, they're 15th in three-point percentage. Just random note.
Get them legs.
Randomly. Right? But, yeah, so the third quarter is actually their best quarter in terms of point differential.
That's crazy.
Yeah, first quarter, they're negative 125.
Their best quarter, 25th.
Yes. Negative 125 is dead last in the NBA. Second quarter, they're negative 110. That's third worst in the NBA. Third quarter, they're negative 67. Fourth quarter, they're negative 136. Which should be last.
Okay.
But the Washington Wizards are negative 200.
Hey, Trey.
Not for long.
Not for long. Yeah, so I guess that's the answer to my mom. It's not about the third quarter and halftime. It's the beginning of that fourth quarter where the wheels really fall off here.
Or they're out of it and they're just running backups.
Yeah, sometimes it's the second, man. But it does feel like there's always one quarter where the Kings struggle to score 20 points and almost get doubled. Mm-hmm. There's always one quarter where the game just totally gets out of hand. And that's where Doug Christie points to, he's really hyped up Dylan Cardwell and the energy that he brings off the bench recently. Dylan could check into the game, and he's going to be hyped
Yeah,
up. The
let's
crowd.
go.
Hey, let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
Malik
man
provides
sign
a bunch of energy to
Yeah, he
that
does.
stadium as well,
I feel like they dang near.
Wow, you found the real one. That is
Oh, yeah,
great.
we've been running that.
Yeah.
You know what? Is it crazy to say that?
In fairness, it wasn't that hard to find
No,
it. It's not like Scott Moak is out here scouring the internet
This is
for
fair.
great sounds.
Is it crazy to say? And I only got a couple shows left here in the midday, so I don't want to get in trouble.
What's happening to you?
Well, I'm heading up to 2 to 6 with my boy Whitey Gleason.
Up.
So, I literally, a later time. I look at it like a ladder. Like the morning.
The day is a ladder.
The day is a ladder to me.
So Matt
how I
is
look at
lower
it.
on the ladder than
No.
you.
No.
Okay.
It's just how I look at it. How I look at it.
Yeah.
When
All
it's
right.
written, you have the morning, the midday, and then you have the drive show because it's the latest time.
Yeah.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
I don't know.
Both of you don't do that.
When I read the
So
ticker,
you're the main
it's going
act.
down.
I didn't say that. No.
You're saying the Carmichael Dave show and the midday show are your openers.
I didn't say that.
I like
I
that.
said how I'm moving up in time. It's a later time.
Time.
I don't know.
In time.
Okay.
What is this? Tenet?
Okay. Yeah. Well, hey, that's my twin. That's another one of my twins. But going back to now, I'm trying to get my train of thought. Oh yeah, this is what I was gonna say. Senor Segway strikes again. Is it fair? Is it fair to say? This is all Chris and Brendan and Frankie's fault. Is it fair to say that Kings fans
You almost got it.
deserve to see Malik Monk play? Is that a crazy statement? This season is such a train wreck. Is it fair to say that the least you could do is run out the dang pizza guy?
I mean, sure. I see the logic in that. I would even simplify it to, I feel like kind of what I was saying earlier, that he is one of your best players on the team.
Mm-hmm.
And so right there, he should be playing.
Yeah.
And it makes you wonder, like, is there something behind the scenes is this more an off the court thing with Malik? Is this just Doug being a bad coach? And I think that we've seen examples of that throughout the course of this season, to be honest. When you're good at nothing, that makes me be like, oh, what's going on with coaching here?
Yeah.
When they go out to run the last play and it looks like two people have any idea what the heck they're doing, that feels like probably bad coaching. It wasn't one person confused. It was most of the players out there being like, man, what are we about to run? And you could point at the players there.
I thought
Doug
it was
said-
DeMar kind of blew it up, but DeMar didn't say that in his post game.
He didn't. It was hard to really tell who. They all looked confused. They walk out there that final play. If Doug had another timeout, he would have called it to get everybody organized. Doug's like, we implemented this play in practice today, at shoot around today.
Maybe that's part of it too.
Yeah, sure. But they practiced it again that day. They had implemented it previously. Like, sure. But there's some sort of loss. That either means that your players are not paying attention to you, which is its own problem, right?
Yes.
And honestly, seems like it would not surprise me with how this year has gone. And just the reality of having so many veterans on this team, Doug being a first-time head coach, like that feels like a logical way that things could be going down. Or you weren't expressing it clearly enough that everybody was able to pick up on it. Because again, if one player is confused out there, somebody else could fill him in, tell him what to do.
Yeah.
Right? It was multiple guys looking around like, what's going on? It looks like Dennis is trying to direct traffic a little bit, probably could have risking a delay a game a little bit if you want to say that. But to me, I'm very confused constantly with what Doug is rolling out there with some of these decisions. Not playing Malik is a huge part of that because, again, he is just straight up one of your best players. And not playing that guy is crazy.
Can you help me? Because we were calling it Last Play Gate. The breakdown that I did on X was about the previous play.
Right.
Did Doug get asked about that previous play? Because to me, you were only down. That last play, you had time, but the best you can do is tie it up with the 3, right? Because you were down 3 at that point because the Mavs had missed one of or they missed
3
both.
or 2.
No,
I think
they
down
missed
2.
both. Yeah, they missed
down 2.
They were down 2 again.
Right.
But prior to that, when it's what I sent you guys to the group chat.
Right.
When it was the Zach LaVine slip screen, DeMar kicks it. It was Schroeder and Westbrook 3. Did we get any answer? Because I thought when Doug was talking, I thought he was talking about that play. No, he was talking about the DeMar LaMelo 1-footer.
Yeah.
But did anybody know? Because that to me was a bigger deal. Before you got to go into the foul, you had 30 seconds on the clock, and they were coming out of a timeout. I don't know what that was.
Yeah, we did not ask him about that one. What he was talking about was that final play with 3 seconds left, because Biederman was the one, Chris Biederman, friend of the show, was the one that caught it of like, 2 people ran to the ball.
Yeah.
Like, you essentially, when DeMar catches it, Zach is right next to him, and Dennis, the inbounder, is right there. You have 3 players in one spot on the floor. It's just hey, you got to have some sideline out of bounds play to be able to run something decent here. And I love that you called it a LaMelo shot. That's the most LaMelo shot of all time, a one-legged 3 from a couple steps behind the arc. Like, that was mainly what was asked about, but I do think that their late execution throughout most of that game was pretty poor.
Sure.
DeMar, a lot of it is just, hey, let's get the ball to DeMar in his spots. I do think I asked Doug about it. Like, when you get to that sort of time in a game, you require a little bit of iso ball, and I think that's the appropriate time for that to become more of a thing. But there's a lot of guys that feel like they can do things in that moment. And I think throughout the course of this year, I'm like, okay, what's the hierarchy here? Really, and I don't think it needs to be so black and white where it's always we're going to this guy. You can feel out the game a little bit.
Well, and it's never Levine. Doesn't feel like Zach. It's ever Levine. He has the hottest. I'll tell you this much. We only got a couple prop talks left here on midday. Take Levine's first half over. Because he's there first half. That second half, and I don't know that I'm not necessarily blaming Levine. I just think once things tighten up a bit, it's more of a let's just go to DeMar situation. And I'm sitting here looking, where is Zach LaVine in the second half?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is because it's like it's not iso ball just for the sake of an iso bucket, right? If that means that you're drawing defensive attention, making the right play out of that, and I think DeMar's really good at that. His passing is one of the more underrated aspects of his game in my mind. And Zach, it's more of, hey, I'm gonna put this up, or if he does make a pass out of it, it's not exactly passing to the most open player in these advantageous reads. It's a little bit more basic playmaking that you get from Zach compared to DeMar. So, yeah, I mean, I think that the late game execution in general is just not something they've gotten to do very much this year, which might be a little bit of a cop-out. But it does feel like if they had more reps in those instances, there would be a more clear. I mean, it should be obvious. Like Doug talks about a postgame, like we got DeMar. Yeah. That's our closer.
Well, Brennan, you got to keep games close.
You got to keep games close
for that to happen.
Hey, I was telling people last game after that one, I'm like, man, Russell Tank Commander Westbrook out here, man. I'm telling you, there's something about him in these fourth quarters.
Yeah.
And to his credit, I think a lot of times he's dribbling for a sec and nothing's happening. And he's like, all right, well, I got to do something.
Yeah.
And I get it, but it doesn't end up looking great.
That brother is fighting demons every time he touches the basketball. When and I was the same way.
The 3?
Oh my goodness! When that defender looks like Stephen A. Smith, just unamused when he pump fakes, he takes it so personally.
100%.
And every time he's putting it up.
1,000%.
And he's got to fight it to not put it up.
If they do not react to the pump fake. Oh, I'm shooting this.
He's got to.
You think I can't make this?
Put some respect
you think
on my
I'm
name.
not like that?
Every time,
bro.
I
got the most points by a point guard in NBA history?
He is fighting demons every single time. And I'm just, Russ, there's 20 seconds left on the shot clock here, man. You got to work it around.
Do we think Brennan has nightmares about Russ saying... Sorry, what?
Oh, yeah.
I'm the what?
Oh, yeah. Don't play with it.
Yeah, don't play with it. It's crazy.
I think Brennan probably has nightmares.
Yeah, Brennan went.
It's the nunchucks. He's gonna chase me down with the nunchucks.
Yeah, Brendan went viral. What was that? 2 weeks ago?
Something like that.
Yeah, Brendan went viral 2 weeks ago when you said something to the effect of, you're one of the best point guard or rebounders in the history of the league, and he said the what? And apparently that's a thing that Russ does when he says, excuse me, when he does not agree with what someone is saying.
I knew when I started by saying one of the best, I was like, oh, this guy's going to correct me.
Yeah.
And sure enough, he's like, the what? I'm like, the best.
The best. You
credit to you. He just passed Jason Kidd.
And it was everywhere.
It was everywhere.
Everywhere. Yeah. I was sending clips to Brendan because he didn't get tagged, right? No Elon bucks. He didn't get anything. And I'm tagging Brendan, Bleacher Report, everything, and Brendan didn't even know that he was in all these places.
My version of that is I was on vacation that week, and I was with my brother, and my brother showed me the clip because he knows I'm a Kings person, and I heard Brennan's voice, and I was like, what the what? That's Brennan.
Yeah. Super random.
Yeah.
Dude,
Hey.
people love Russ, man.
No, yeah, no, trust me. Trust me. I know. But hey, that is what happens when you are one of the hardest workers in the industry. And that's what we're building here at Sacktown Sports. We are revolutionizing what you think when you think local radio. That's what we keep doing. And sometimes you get got. But that's why we're always out there. Brennan Nunes, thank you so much, man. I know we're going to continue to have conversations in the afternoon slot.
Are we now?
Oh, yeah.
I'm moving up the ladder.
Okay. Goodbye, Brendan.
Appreciate
Be sure to
you.
follow Brendan on social media on Instagram and X. When we return, maybe we'll get Frankie and Chris. If not, Kyle and I have some new information for you on the Trey Young deal and how that affects the Sacramento Kings. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the drive, baby. Allen Stiles says farewell to the middays. Afternoons, here he comes. Beginning January 12th.
It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and now Allen Stiles. Kings, Niners, NFL. Allen's college baseball stats and Major League Baseball talk. Weekday afternoons 2 to 6 on your number one sports station in Sacramento. Sacktown Sports 1140.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert. John Party. Chris Young. Turnpike Troubadours. Dylan Scott and more. Line dancing live DJs, Mechanical Bulls, huge festival area, and food trucks. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. More info at CITBfest.com.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave. I got to tell you, I am so excited to get this decking project started with Trex Decking and Railings. From the first time I stepped foot in the showroom last week, I was so impressed. So many color options, heat-resistant composite deck. What does that mean? That means I don't have to do any maintenance on it whatsoever. They even have a deck designer, so you can go online and see what your dream deck will look like on your house. Just visit Trex, that's Trex.com to get it started. Tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Welcome to the Bar None Auction. Bar None Auction is selling thousands of items this Saturday, January 10th in Sacramento. Large farming and construction equipment, cars, trucks, and industrial supplies all sold to the highest bidder. Always open to the public. Visit barnoneauction.com.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
The Travel Guys, new on KHTK 1140 every Saturday at 11 a.m.
We'll make you a smarter traveler. Tips you can use on the road and at the airport, plus reports from top consumer advocates.
The Travel Guys, 11 a.m. on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Award-winning guitarist and songwriter Gary Clark Jr.
So we gotta
Tour 2026, Saturday, January 31st, 7 p.m., the venue at Thunder Valley. An electrifying night of music with Gary Clark Jr. Special guest, Marcus King Band. On sale at the venue at Thunder Valley. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Gary Clark Jr. Live.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. Yeah, so they're busy. Chris Watkins, Frankie Cardicelli, they are busy. I can't lie. We're trying to figure out what we're going to do. They might pop on tomorrow. They might just join us, as in Whitey Gleason and myself, next week. We might do that. So, hey, man, this is what happens. People are busy. We get it. And, you know, that's the reality of the situation. I am a little sad.
Goodbye. Well, yeah, it's over, Alan.
Yeah.
The round table is over.
Yeah, I'm literally texting Frankie right now. But we get it, man. We get it. Okay?
I mean, Frankie's doing all sorts of stuff right now.
No, Frankie is, you know, that's a hard worker right there. Okay, and he's a grinder, and he's trying to get this. He's trying to get everything that we're trying to roll out taken care of. So we appreciate it, and we'll figure it out, man.
Well, so long to the round table.
Yeah, it was a good run. It was a good run. And thank you to Brennan Nunes, of course, and Chris Watkins, who's helping out with everything that's going on with the rollout that we have going. So kudos to them, and keep working, fellas. I got you. All right, Kyle. Sam Amick has always got us in the mornings when he hops on.
Senor Segway strikes again.
It's a 4.2.
That's a 3.8.
That's a 4.2. As he always does on Thursdays. And he's got some information on, wouldn't you know it, Jonathan Kuminga. So how this Trey Young deal affects the value of guys like Kuminga, of guys like Zach LaVine and all of that, and how this connection with the Kings and Kuminga, the Kuminga quota, where we're at right now. Here it is.
The Kings do appear to be the number one suitor, and I think that puts them in a position of strength. The development there is, and where I don't have any clarity, is that, it seems like it would have to be a 3-team deal because the Warriors are not interested in what the Kings have to offer. And I don't know what it looks like potentially from there. But, this was reported by our buddy Anthony Slater the other day at ESPN, and it's true, is like that first-round pick, that the protected pick that was on the table when they discussed this trade in the summertime, like that went bye-bye. Now, who knows? Maybe the Warriors could convince him to put it back in at the end, but it's a pretty hard stance right now that is off the table.
So it sounds like the Kings want Kuminga, but they're saying, yeah, you kind of tricked off your situation. We're not giving you a first rounder, even though the Kings know that the Warriors don't want Malik Monk.
Yeah. I mean, if the Warriors want nothing the Kings have, then the Warriors got to find someone who wants Malik Monk, or the more likely scenario, find another team that wants Jonathan Kuminga.
True. That's true. And the other thing is, Sam mentioned the first round pick, and he did say maybe the Warriors convinced them to add it back, which once you do offer something, is it really off the table, right? And I know Keon, they got too many, the Warriors, another team with too many shooting guards. So I don't know how much they would want Keon, especially in a rental capacity like that, when you did have the opportunity to add a first rounder. But once something gets offered, is the door really closed when the Warriors know that the Kings really want Kuminga? They probably think we could probably convince them on that first rounder. But here's the thing, though, and I'm going back and forth with people. This started last night. Here's the thing, though. I know in theory the spacing would be horrible. I know. But if there's one team that I thought the same thing with Jimmy Butler. If there's one team that I think can figure it out, and I think they would have enough defense to make up for the person that I'm about to say, I'm still in the camp of DeMar DeRozan. I am. And if you did DeMar DeRozan and a protected first for Jonathan Kuminga, I think Warrior fans would lose it. But I don't know, man. I mean, I was going back and forth with somebody, and somebody was saying that they agree with me. Trey Murphy, giving up Kuminga and multiple firsts for Trey Murphy makes no sense. And you know what? It makes sense to me, Kyle? It makes sense to me if you have Chet Holmgren and Jalen Williams, right? Maybe you don't have Shea, right? Shea is your Steph. You have a young core. The Warriors don't have a young core. So giving that up for Trey, and I when I was in the Bay, I was in the camp of selling out, going all in for Steph. But I'm not doing that for Trey Murphy. And multiple firsts and Kuminga for Trey Murphy is ludicrous to me. Not Luda, but ludicrous.
Look, this is where I'm having a hard time with the Kuminga of it all. And a player with Kuminga's reputation should be the centerpiece of a trade like that for Trey Murphy, or the centerpiece of a Jimmy Butler trade.
But they tricked it off by he's gathering dust on the bench.
So what is the pivot at that point for them?
That's what I'm saying. You go get a scorer. It could be Malik Monk. They don't want Malik Monk. Go get DeRozan. Take the Kings protected first, if the Kings still, which Sam is saying they don't want to do that, but I don't know what the value is for DeMar DeRozan. I was working this, Kyle. I had some crazy trade cooked up. You want to hear? You know what? I'll give you the crazy one and the normal one, okay? So the normal one is just, and I think that he makes about $2 million more, DeRozan does, so the Warriors would have to throw in some $2 million piece. But it was some $2 million filler and Kuminga for DeMar DeRozan and a not great first that the Kings have, a not great protected first, right? That's the normal one. Here is the banger, okay? The Kings give up DeMar, Drew Eubanks, Precious Achiuwa, and that same low-level protected first, okay? And the Kings get back Kuminga, DeAnthony Melton, GP2, and Trace Jackson Davis.
Wow, okay. This feels like a trade where why do Drew Eubanks and Trace Jackson Davis got to move? They
have to move because the Warriors. Maybe you're right.
Maybe they do have to do it in the trade, but I'm like, both guys got to drive their stuff up I-80. They got to look for new houses.
They both make 2.2, so maybe you're right. Maybe I didn't need to add that. It was very hard because the Warriors can't take back anything. So it'll be Kuminga, DeAnthony Melton, GP2, and for DeMar DeRozan, Precious, and a first. And a protected first.
Okay. And
GP2 is expiring. It's only $2 million.
Precious is expiring.
DeAnthony Melton is a point guard if you're moving on from Russ and whatever is going on with Schroeder.
DeAnthony Melton's probably not going to be on the team very long, I would imagine.
But, he's had some moments.
Sure.
So that was the Allen on coffee version or Allen at 1 a.m. version. But the simple version is DeRozan and a not great protected first for Kuminga and that $2 million, call it GP2 because he can't dribble.
I do love, though, that DeAnthony Melton's just going to keep signing with the Warriors just to get traded. Like, every year he gets traded, goes back to the Warriors, gets traded as salary filler, goes back to the Warriors. He's going to keep doing this forever, I hope.
So, I don't know. That's a thought I had. We're not hearing anything about DeRozan. That's just my personal opinion on it since they don't want Malik Monk. And I think the Kings, again, it's posturing season, as Anthony Slater so eloquently put. I think the Kings know if they really want Kuminga now, they probably should just give up the low-level first. And maybe you say, hey, well, Warriors, give us some seconds back. The other thing I was reading, Kyle, is because the Kings have that team option if they were to get Kuminga, I would assume they would work out an extension that would be kind of the next part of this, because you're not doing this. You're not giving up that first if Kuminga feels like after that second year he's going to walk.
Yeah, if you're Sacramento, you should, if you want Kuminga in the long run, and this isn't just a 1.5-year trial period, then yes, you should decline that option with the contract already signed, right? Like, I think, if I remember from the summer, they were offering 3 for $60, I think, with a player option in the third year. Maybe you just say, we're willing to make that same offer to you now. Here's 3 for $60. We'll decline your team option, and then you get your long-term 3 for $60.
So that's what I was doing last night and going back and forth with a lot of people. When we return, we keep the conversation going. How much do you care about the Kings winning and losing these days, and who should be untouchable? ... right now. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? We have options for everyone. Plus, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make for lower payments. It's no wonder Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not.
Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all of your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to start strong, so you can give everything you've got. From plate-loaded strength equipment and functional training areas to treadmills, stair climbers, and free weights. Our equipment is best in class, and our clubs are right around the corner, so you can make this your strongest year yet. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, January 9th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Let's go! You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
As another new year begins, I'm reflecting on all that has happened. I'm filled with gratitude for the Golf to Go show guests who've trusted us with their time, their thoughts, and their dreams. People like putter magician Scotty Cameron, First Tee's Angie Dixon, former football great Peyton Manning, LPGA legend Nancy Lopez, the heralded team at Hagen Oaks like Ken Morton Jr., Tom Morton, PGA Golf to Go's resident on-air playing coach, and Mike Woods, PGA Director of Golf, and all the PGA professionals and guests who've educated and informed us over last year's 52 shows. Thanks also to you, our loyal listeners, who are there every week with compliments and suggestions when we might get a bit off track. Thanks also to the game that brings us all together. Thanks to the millions of men, women, boys, and girls who play the game. Thanks to the able-bodied, and thanks also to the programs that nurture those in need of a lift, like the California Eagles, PGA Hope, and many more. We are fortunate for our world-class golf and to have lived life and had a chance to play the game. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
At InShape, there's a place for every kind of mover. The Suntimer, the early riser, after-work grinder, the yogi, lifter, walker, runner, sauna seeker, recoverer. If you walk, lift, stretch, or sweat, you belong. Start the year strong and join today at InShape.com.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. There are a lot of different things being discussed right now. And, you know, we've talked about this showcase situation and are the Kings... I'll tell you what, Kings-Warriors, you know me. I still think it's a rivalry. Yeah, it doesn't have as much juice as it did with De'Aaron and Mike Brown and the crew. But I always said that it took on a different level of venom with Doug because how do I say this? Basically, when Mike Brown got done dirty, and look, this happens in life because things can be awkward, but a lot of people thought Mike Brown got done dirty, and a lot of times when someone is defending someone else, it can come off not as a level of disrespect, but, oh, do you think I'm not good enough type of deal? And I'm not putting words in anybody's mouth, but obviously Steve Kerr rode for Mike Brown. That was his assistant. They won championships together. So Steve Kerr, along with Mike Malone, others were vocal about the firing of Mike Brown right after he got the extension. So it turns into a new situation with Doug because Doug don't have a connection like that to these Warriors, right? Doug doesn't have any connection like that. So when you're defending somebody else, it can also come off like, hey, do you not think I'm good enough for this position? And again, this is me maybe creating it in my mind, but I've been in that room where they played the Warriors and Doug is doing it's just another team, right? He's doing that thing. He's doing the thing, but the way he's saying it, you can tell, hey, this is not because it was almost a friendly rivalry because you would have, De'Aaron, I don't know if he's still signed to Steph's shoes or not because Steph's leaving Under Armour, but you had Steph and De'Aaron and the shoes, you had Steve Kerr and Mike Brown, and Doug is coming in saying, I don't really know none of y'all like that, right? I don't really have a connection like that. And the couple times that they played last season, it felt different. It felt like there was a new level, like the rivalry, obviously the Kings haven't been good, but the rivalry was a bit refreshed in a way because it was just another chapter. It's not the frenemy rivalry. It was, I don't really mess with them like that. I don't have any problems with them, but I don't know them like that, right? You ever walk into you walk somewhere, or it's even better when you're at a party, right? And you don't got beef with somebody, but you're at a party or a get together, somebody walks in, they're the fan favorite, right? Hey, it's Kevo. Kevo, what's up, Kevo? And then you got to make the awkward what's up because you don't know him like that. Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, Allen. All right, good to meet you type of deal. I don't know. People seem to really like him, but I don't know him like that, right? And people want you to know him like that, but I don't know him like that. Seems like a cool dude, but I don't know him like that. Doug Christie saying, I don't know them like that. And with this game tomorrow, I think this is huge. And I'll double check, Kyle. I don't think they're not. Kings were just Nationals. I don't think they're going back to back.
I would guess not, unless it's the prime game.
Yeah, I don't think they're going back to back. So in our world, this is still a big game. And to me, it's still a big game. And I don't think the Kings can afford to get smacked. And I didn't have enough time to talk to Brennan about this. And I know there's a chance we might have Frankie and Chris Watkins on in the 12 o'clock hour. So I do want to ask them about Doug and about what came out from Anthony Slater and Doug being safe this upcoming season. But I do know this. It is not a good look to get smacked by the Warriors. There are a couple teams you can't really get smacked by. Well, you can't get smacked national TV. I think even though they lost that game against the Mavericks, I thought that it was entertaining. And they did blow the lead, but if I'm Vivek, that was a pretty good product, right? That was a pretty good showcase.
Also, if it's 8:00 p.m., is it really national TV?
You keep saying that, Kyle, but it's all we got. It's all we got, brother.
If it's on Glitchy Peacock.
Well, I got it on Channel 3.
If a game airs on Glitchy Peacock and no one's around to see it, did it ever actually happen?
It kind of counts. Well, Worldwide Wob got a lot of likes on that one. Kind of went viral for him. So I think there are a lot of basketball sickos out there.
The
Shout
sicko
out to
one, yeah.
to Deuce and Mo. But I think this game matters. It probably matters more for the Kings than the Warriors at this point. It just doesn't have the same venom. I get that. It's got a different level of venom for me. And I think Doug would really like to have a good showing here. I'll put it to you like that. This is not the same as playing the Pelicans. It's not the same as playing the Rockets, right? And I know the Rockets, maybe it's different because the Rockets are a top seed. By the way, watch the Nuggets winning games, beating the Celtics without Jokic. I mean, this is what we're talking about with some of these young coaches.
Not just without Jokic, without Brown, without Gordon.
No, Gordon was back.
Okay,
He's finally back.
Okay.
He's finally back.
So they got two of the starters back.
So that's just, and the Adelman thing, that is what you want, right? What we have talked about. Doing things that people don't expect you to do. We don't have a crazy expectation for Doug. But if you can exceed that, that bodes well for you moving forward. So I would say tomorrow night is a huge opportunity for Doug to beat a Warriors team that hasn't been playing great. They got their own drama with Kuminga gathering dust on the bench. Can you figure out a way? You had a good game. This is where we're at now with the Kings. We just want competitive games, right? You beat the Mavericks last time, but there was no AD. You lose to them as soon as AD comes back. You did blow a lead, but it was a competitive, solid game. Can you at least do that twice? Kyle, I know what Anthony Slater said. I know what Scott Perry said. But this stuff matters. I really don't think – I would advise you not to get smacked by the Warriors. That's how I will say it.
Okay, first to your point about the Doug, show us something, show us flashes. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like that meme with the sign that's like, our expectations were low, but holy bleep.
Yes.
That's kind of been the Doug Christie Kings experience.
We got the Rockets, right? In the last couple months, it's the Rockets game.
Yeah.
I don't know. Are we counting the Mavs? I don't even know that we should count the Mavs. The Mavs win, I mean.
Yeah. I mean, I think those are the only two games they've won in the last 3 weeks.
So this is, if I'm Doug, I'm looking at this as opportunities. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then to the Warriors' point, I get that Doug wouldn't have feelings about it. But again, this is such a generational thing I've learned now, and there's just no way around it. People who are our age and younger, that generation, it's the Warriors because that is their only remnants of a Kings rivalry of any kind. Mm-hmm. But for Dave and Jason and probably Christopher Laud and people who lived through the 2000s Kings, it's the Lakers, right? Different generations now have different venoms towards rivalries as other people. I still will hear Henry Turner, when I talk to him, talk about nothing I hate more than the Lakers. Nothing he hates more than the Lakers. And the Lakers and Kings haven't had battles in 20 years that have meant anything. But the Warriors one still means something to people of a younger generation because they know the Warriors as what Shaq and Kobe Lakers were to the generation before them. So because the Warriors are the gold standard of organization and the Kings have had, some important battles with them, the most important Kings games of the last 10 years have been against the Warriors, whether it's that play-in where they ended Klay Thompson's career with 0 points or the playoff series from 2023 or some of those regular season games. The most important Kings games are against the Warriors. So different generations are going to have different feelings about how important you are playing against the Warriors.
Yeah. So that was something that came to my mind because they don't play tonight. You got a couple days off, and now you get an opportunity against the Warriors. And what are they, the 7 seed, something like that. So I just think it's an opportunity for Doug. And if you are able to get a nice win against somebody that is still some version of a rivalry, I think that's important, man. And there's just not going to be a lot of opportunities for Doug moving forward. So when you do get these opportunities, you just absolutely have to take advantage. When we return, Trae Young traded, Kuminga essentially shut down. Things are starting to happen. We discussed that and this specific stat that absolutely hates the Sacramento Kings. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the drive, baby. Allen Stiles says farewell to the middays. Afternoons, here he comes. Beginning January 12th.
It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and now Allen Stiles. Kings, Niners, NFL. Allen's college baseball stats and Major League Baseball talk. Weekday afternoons 2 to 6 on your number one sports station in Sacramento. Sacktown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Celebrate the new year in style with a new Honda from Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. With new Hondas in stock and ready to go, now is the time to save on your favorite Honda in person or online. CR-V, HR-V, Pilot, Accord, Civic, and Ridgeline. It's a new year with endless possibilities. Get the deals that make it easy to say yes. Upgrade and save today at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Business moves fast, and so do we. At Bank of Marin, we team up with businesses in the greater Sacramento area to help you drive the lane and score big. With dedicated relationship bankers and local decision making, we help you move quickly, whether you're upgrading equipment, buying your next building, streamlining cash flow, or fueling growth. From expansion to investment, we're ready to help you win. Bank of Marin, your local business bank. Visit us at bankofmarin.com. Member FDIC.
Guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation, so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT. This month only. Call 916-619-3000. That's 916-619-3000. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports 1140.
But Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
So I did not know if we were going to be able to get. So it's a roundtable. It's just a different version of a roundtable. But Chris Watkins and Frankie Carticelli working their buns off to get something over the finish line, and they're very close to getting that done. So we appreciate you guys taking the time for hopping on. And I know that you've been running around and a bunch going on. We just wanted to spend some time with you, with this being the last roundtable in this iteration of the roundtable.
It's not the last of anything.
Well, it's the last with the four of us, even though the four of us, you know what I mean, weren't here.
But why do you take...
It's fitting. You know, a lot of the time when we did this,
most of the time it was Frankie missing, but now...
I was dealing with fatherhood for the first time.
That's true.
And you know, Whitey's going to go on vacation. There's going to be times where you're going to be like, guys, please come up with help me fill 2 hours.
The bat signal comes out.
But 2 to 6 rounds, it's just different.
It's different.
You got
this one, 10 to 2 round table, 12 o'clock. You know, if you ask my family, I don't like change. Okay,
you like regiment?
I do. I do. You know, so this whole thing has been a learning curve and a growing opportunity for me, and I couldn't have done it without the two of you, two of the best in the biz.
Stop it.
That's what I would say.
Wow, I guess I'll just go bleep myself.
Well, Kyle, how many flowers I need to give you? Tulips, roses.
I know, he's still staying here.
Tulips, roses. Come on, dandelions.
It's been fun, man. It's been fun, and I do look forward to hearing you and Whitey, because I feel like Whitey, he's gonna have to talk you down a lot.
Nobody's talking me down anything.
The deadline's going to be chaos for Whitey, and I really do. I'm sorry, Whitey.
You're ready for that.
The Kuminga rumors are already starting too. So
and then we got obviously Matt and Kayla doing the midday show, and I know both of you are familiar with both of them. I was kind of laying everything out about Matt and, how things started with the whole Beam conversation. He just referenced it on Twitter. And Matt and I.
That was your guys' first.
We have a very funny relationship. So I think crosstalks.
That's crazy.
I think crosstalks are going to be a lot of fun too.
Yeah.
So I'm excited for both of them. They work hard. And, I was telling the good people how we're kind of building this thing. There's old media, there's new media, and we're really working on blending those things together and kind of revolutionizing what it looks like, not just when you turn on AM, but our Sacktown Sports app, that's been kind of refreshed. You can find us on other apps. What we're going to do in the digital space, we're really excited for.
We got a whole page just for our shorts, if I'm not mistaken. Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Shorts are a big priority this year. And, like the content, the game's changing, and we're changing with it. And we have a good crop of talent here. And now that Matt George is back in the building.
Yeah, I say landscape shifting.
Kayla Anderson as well. I mean, it's different. And Chris has been here for a long time too, and I think he can speak to it the most. That, and I've been here right behind him a little bit, like 8 years. It's been a really cool change to see kind of come to fruition, and that includes you coming, into the fold too.
That was a while ago. I'm old news now,
dude. Kind of.
It's fine. I feel like when my kid was born, it's not about me anymore.
Yeah, you're now your first child.
That's
You're
right.
like, hey, wait, what's going on? Like this other one's around. Like I remember back when it was me that was the shiny toy.
It was me, and then I had my kid, and it was her, and then when we had the second kid, she looked at me. I'm like, that's what happens.
Yep.
That's
First time, huh?
Yeah. Come on over here. It's father-daughter time. So it's really exciting stuff, man. And I've been trying to lay it out because we talk a lot about good PR, bad PR on this show, good narratives, bad narratives. And the reality is that radio doesn't have a great connotation right now.
Sure.
It's thought of as old school and things like that. But what we're doing when I mention revolutionizing it and things like that, we're taking this thing and we're expanding it to more so be viewed as a sports network, if you will. And every different platform that you can think of to find us on, whether it's one of you guys putting out a banger of an article, whether it's on YouTube. I'm still fighting to get our TikTok back.
Sure.
Maybe they're getting one in general.
I'm sure we can.
We're on X, right? We're on X. We also are obviously going to be doing this show, but expanding our digital footprint, that's what 2026 is about. You can tell I'm very excited, but we couldn't do any of it without you two guys. And I'm excited to work with both of you in those capacities as well. And let's bleep and go.
Yeah, I mean, we got a ton of stuff.
What are you, Tom Brady?
along the way, and Matt's definitely gonna bring a ton of things to us. He obviously coming from TV, like he's gonna do a lot of video element things. And Kayla, I know a lot of people are just kind of getting to know her. I was able to do her first couple shows here in town, and the one thing that definitely sticks out with her is just like her work ethic.
Yeah.
Like she, when she was in Tennessee covering the Titans, she said she was there every single morning. She would just do the morning show and head straight to the facility. And I think that's just the person that we wanted to, the exact kind of person we want to bring in is somebody who is, people can trust and, know that they're going to, Kayla, whether it be she's covering the Niners or if she's going to be covering the Kings for us in an expansive role. Like I think her, Matt, everyone, you moving to the afternoon, I think it's just, like you said, us just trying to expand our digital platform, but also just trying to cover everything.
Yeah.
Like I think we really are going to do a good job of making sure that every single day part and every single thing that we produce is just going to be quality, and you can trust that if it's coming from us, like it's probably going to be fairly legitimate.
Yeah. The Siri play we taken over by DJ Khaled. Frankie, any thoughts on this? Oh no, now it's popping up on my computer. Siri actually is. Oh, no. Frankie, any thoughts on this?
Copyright, cut that. No, man, to kind of piggyback off Chris, it's not to be to keep churning over lines. I'm sure we said before, but it really is something that I haven't experienced while I've been here in a long time, and just that how valued that we all feel, and that the station is kind of being looked at in a different light now, and that Bonneville is investing in this product, and that's something that we all shouldn't take lightly. Listeners as well, that goes all to you as well. Those who listen, watch, consume our content. It's a point of how just how much interest there is out there for Sacramento Kings content, especially at a time where things aren't so good with the team.
Yeah.
But a lot of different voices now are going to be able to share their thoughts, and a very intense one back in the fold in Matt. And luckily, you two don't have to spend too much time together. 15 minutes?
Oh, I want more. Yeah, I want more.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
We're going to be double crosstalk, last
crosstalk. We're probably going to do some stuff, some
theirs.
digital focus stuff. I got big plans, man.
Yeah.
I got big plans.
A trade deadline opinion conversation.
Oh my goodness.
A trade machine. You presenting him trade machine ideas, I think would be just it might make him his blood pressure would raise through the
Just
roof.
call it the cook sesh.
What are you cooking though?
Yeah, you already know. Speaking of that cooking though, guys, with the Kings, they're taking on the Warriors.
Segue strikes again.
It's still a version. It's still a version of a rivalry to me. Maybe you guys would think differently. Obviously, both teams in different spots. The Warriors aren't where they want to be. The Kings definitely aren't where they want to be. But I do think it's a good opportunity for the Kings. I thought even though they lost the game against the Mavericks and they lost it in a kind of bad fashion, it was a competitive game, kind of a good look on a national stage. But I would say this. I know Anthony Slater came out and said, or that Scott Perry said, Doug is safe for moving forward. I would advise Doug, there's certain games that do mean more, and I would advise him to not get smacked by the Warriors. I do think that matters.
That's fair. No, I think it's fair. I think, to your point, the rivalry probably doesn't burn as deep as what it was even a couple years ago. But yeah, I mean, if you get blown out, granted, it's not at Golden One Center, which might help you a little bit. But yeah, I still think that there's still emotion that is factored into it. And I think the spirit of what you're saying too, just because it's said in an article that your job is safe doesn't necessarily mean that things can't be reevaluated at any point. Like we think end of season, but if this thing starts to look bad, or if they make a trade and it's clear that Doug is struggling to integrate the new player, things are very fluid.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think it does matter, Frank. I don't think all games are created equal.
Are you trying to kind of find a way to juice yourself up for Kings?
Well, I'm going to be at a bachelor party. So
You're juiced up.
And by the way, I got the Martinellis. We popping those bottles. And by the way, as we continue, Frankie, and I'm making my way. I didn't win the lotto, but I will eventually get that cabin in North Lake Tahoe right next to you, my friend.
That's my grandpa's, but thank you for saying I have a cabin in Incline, brother.
I will eventually get it.
Grandpa Frank, Dr. Frank. That's shout out to him.
Oh man.
But no, I mean, I don't. To be honest, I think the juice is gone. I mean, personally,
It's not gone.
I'm looking at Kings War. It's so.
When
different.
you turn on that TV tomorrow,
no,
either are you going down there?
Brennan will be there.
When you turn on that TV. When you see Steph make his first three and shimmy or whatever he's doing these days, the juice is back.
For you?
No, for you.
Where are you
for
from?
everyone.
I think it's just helpless right now. I think maybe if the Kings felt even a little bit more competitive, it would be there. But
what if the game is you get to halftime, it's a close game, the juice is there.
So for every Kings game in general now, I feel like if it's a close game past halftime, I feel interested. But more times than not, the Kings are down by 18, 25, 30. Like they're down by so many points. More times than not, that I'm checked out all the time, and not just me. A lot of other people that are covering the team or watching the team. I mean, fans yourselves, you can speak for yourselves. You're checked out when the team's down by 30 points in the third quarter. So if the Kings are right there and they're being competitive, and Russell Westbrook's floating with a triple double, Max Reynaud has another high scoring game. Nate Clifford, maybe he shows something. DeMar DeRozan's cooking. Sure, I'll be intrigued, but. There's no De'Aaron Fox versus Steph Curry aspect. The both Curry brand. They were hanging out in the offseason.
Maxine versus Quentin Post.
Just Malik Monk's not even in the rotation. He's not in the rotation. Jonathan Kuminga's not in the rotation.
Yeah, Brendan and I were talking about Malik Monk, and Brendan is very passionate about Malik Monk not playing, and I feel him.
Yeah.
I do feel him on it. It is kind of questionable.
It just doesn't make sense that he's the one that has to be the sacrifice. There's a lot of people that deserve to be the ones that aren't playing, and it's just weird that Malik, who has been the one who is just kind of crazy enough been here one of the longest times of anyone on the team, but he's also played well. It's not as if, maybe we can, look through the tape and see defensive woes, but all these guys are not playing great defensively, and I think again, just anyone who watched the Kings, especially at the beginning part of the season, Malik has been one of the players that has actually consistently played well, and I think you kind of knew what you were going to get from him on a given night, and so it's just strange that he's the one that has to be sacrificed. It's been either him or Keon, but I think a lot of the fans and even watching the games, it feels like Zach would probably be somebody that a lot of people will want to see cut. Schroeder's minutes probably cut. Westbrook's minutes cut. It's just weird that, Malik is the one.
You brought up a good point, Chris, because, and off the top of my head, guys, help me out here. And Kyle, maybe you can help us and look it up. Because my first thought is it's probably been, since we were briefed by Chris Haynes, it's probably been a month since that happened.
Chris Haynes? Hey, you've been briefed.
Maybe 3 weeks, 2 weeks. It's been more than 2 weeks, right?
In terms of which
when he said, I'm here to tell you, he was on NBA TV, and he said, Keon Ellis has leapfrogged Malik Monk. When he made that declaration, that's probably been about a month ago. And my question, and I should have said this to Brendan, because Brendan is, part of the Malik Monk fan club with myself. My question is, hey, well, when are you've been losing games still?
Yeah. So it's
is there
not
going to
him
be
that's the problem.
Well, yes. Is there going to be
a search? Yeah, a search for, okay, so it wasn't Malik that was the problem.
It's been a month of more L's.
Right.
Is it still Malik, or is it going to rotate to now we're going to sit so-and-so? I think I just thought about that. At what point are we going to reassess this, Doug?
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily all Doug either. Like we've heard from the beginning.
That's what they're saying.
Yeah,
That's what they're saying.
Sure, but we've heard since last summer that this new front office, new regime, what have you, a lot of the players, not just Malik, but they're looking to turn things over. And Malik is someone who he makes $18 million a year, and someone who can probably benefit in their team. He can, off ball, on ball, what have you. He's someone that has value, I believe, around the league. Now, so far, I'm not sure what the value really is. And him not playing at all, though, makes me wonder if there really truly is not a market at all, and they're just kind of reserving to the fact that there's no discussions, period. Because if there were teams out there that were interested, wouldn't you do what 99% of other teams do out there and showcase
and play them?
Yeah, but that still doesn't make sense. If you have no market, you don't get a market by not playing.
Exactly.
Exactly. It doesn't make sense either way. But the most important thing is the Kings are 8-29. You probably should play the players that have the most talent. If you actually do care about, which the players do, they care about winning basketball games and being competitive. Doug seems like he cares about that too. Front office ownership, I'm not sure. Different. Maybe they're looking at the draft and quote unquote quiet tanking, whatever you want to call it. But Malik
Scott's
Monk,
not into labels.
No,
he's
a heavy lift. Yeah. It will be a heavy lift.
There's no reason why Malik Monk should not be playing at all for this basketball team. Is my opinion. I don't really understand it, and I think that if you're going to make a move soon and you're trying to kind of say, okay, we're going to give 3 or 4 games to Keon because he has value, and they're trying to kind of gauge his market too. Sure, but if this is like Malik's not playing anymore, and they're kind of saying, hey, like we don't really need you until February, and we'll see what happens. What happens if no deal is reached? Is he going to keep sitting through April and then reevaluate in the summer? Because I don't know. If you're 8-29 isn't enough to try to, like you said, reshuffle the lineup. What's going to make that happen?
The only thing I can think, too, if we just follow the breadcrumbs that you just laid out is, all summer long we heard Malik is available, Malik is available, Malik is available. Anyone who wants him, please call. He plays at the beginning of the season. He plays well. You're then like, he's still available. Like, please call. No calls happen. Maybe you just are resigned to, okay, well, clearly there's no value here. Playing him isn't helping. I mean, it's essentially just a sunk cost, I guess, is that maybe what the reality is that they found out that it doesn't matter if we play him or not. There's just not a market for him right now. And so if the market's not going to change whether we play him or not, let's showcase the other. Like, these are the conclusions that I have to be drawn to.
But it wasn't even that long, though, of a time period to say we had Malik out there for 3 months.
Yeah, I mean, it was. Yeah, no, I mean,
but the numbers are good.
I think it's just that he was playing well. The market didn't change, and so they're saying, well, if he's playing well and the market's not changing, him not playing at all isn't. I mean, he's not going to have value regardless of what happens. So let's use these minutes to actually showcase the guys who we can potentially, like Schroeder and all these guys. That's again the only thing that makes sense, because again, if you're trying to win games, if you're going off of performance, like, it just doesn't make sense that Malik is the odd man out.
Yeah, and look, the only reason I'm giving Doug a hard time is because I'm taking them at their word. And if they're saying Doug has autonomy, then I'm going to talk about Doug.
Sure.
If they want to come out and do what the Warriors did and said, both sides as an organization, Kuminga has been put on ice. If they want to say that, then I'll leave Doug alone. But they haven't said that. They have said that this is a defensive focused thing. Right. So you can say it. You can do it.
27th in defensive rating.
Kuminga is making more money than Malik. And people worried about, well, could they get fined for that? No, they came out and said it. Kuminga is making more money than Malik. If they wanted to say we're putting Malik on ice and take that off of kind of Doug's responsibility, they could have said it.
Yeah.
They haven't said it. This is we're focused on defense. That's what they're saying. So that's how I'm reacting.
But they usually operate this way, at least in recent memory. And I think that they kind of maybe they're not going to come out and say it, or they're not going to sit down with Anthony Slater and let that out there. But this kind of is signaling that they're there. Like that's what's happening.
I know, but so do you want me to not look at it from a coaching's perspective. You know what I mean? Like a Doug thing.
I think it can be true, but I do feel like it's a lot deeper than that. I think it's just as a whole, the Malik Monk Kings marriage is just it's seemingly coming to an end. And the way it's coming to an end, I'm sure is it's not ideal from, on the floor standpoint and off. I mean, look at how important he was and integral to those teams not that long ago and how dynamic he was. And he's 27 years old. He's making $18 million a year. He's very talented. I saw a couple of tweets the other day saying that. It's like, Malik's only 27? It's like, yeah, he has a lot of room to grow, maybe potentially still.
Yeah.
Probably won't be here. I don't think he's going to be a defensive stopper, but it wouldn't surprise me. You see teams like the Bucks are interested, and he could be a playmaker on that team, a spot-up shooter. He's shooting 40% from three this year. The Kings could use shooting. I think they're near the end of the bottom of the league in three-point shooting. They're in the bottom of the league in every category. Yeah. I don't even know. I'm not going to nitpick and split hairs and say that playing Malik is going to improve any singular category. But as a whole, if you want the on-court product and, like you said, interest and buy-in to be there, like me or just any other general fan out there who's like wanting to watch the Kings be competitive, you probably should play your most competitive players.
Yeah, and look, Ken on the Sack chat is saying exactly. They don't have to come out and say it. It's obvious. That might be true, but in my opinion, maybe what you guys are saying and what Ken is saying is that it doesn't make Doug look crazy because we all understand what's going on, and maybe I'm just taking it too literally. Maybe that's what's going on. But I look at that and I say, if somebody is telling me that we're not playing Malik because we're focused more on defense and Keon is getting more minutes, then I'm looking at it and saying, I think this is Doug's decision. So that's just kind of where I'm at with it. And it just makes Doug look crazy to be not playing Malik on a bad team, unless, like you guys are saying, and Ken, it probably doesn't look bad on Doug because it's an unspoken thing versus the Warriors thing where they have said as an organization, and Kuminga's agent, who's probably tweeting right now, both sides, we're good here. We're good.
Yeah. No, I think what matters too is what has been communicated directly to Malik too, because if he's been told, essentially like what you're saying, like what's been publicly said that, oh yeah, no, Malik, this is just about your defense and like Keon's a better defender and we're trying to lean that way, or has Malik been given the real deal spiel? And I think, because that's the thing that players always say that they care about. Hey, like as long as you're honest with me, like we can figure it out. I can be frustrated, but at the end of the day, and that was Scott Perry's whole pitch too, is I'm going to be honest with these guys. And Malik
conversations. Malik said the most transparent GM I've worked with. Right. But go ahead, Chris.
No, absolutely. No, absolutely. It's important context because has that retained? Has that continued to be the case? Is Malik in on whatever it is that's going on, whether it is he's being shopped and this is the route that they see best, or if this is actually just, hey, this has nothing to do with your trade market. This is actually just, to your point, like a Doug Christie decision on we're trying to, instill a culture and we don't believe you're fitting that culture, but for some reason Levine and DeRozan seem to, or whatever it is. That I think is what's actually most important, because obviously it affects Malik, it affects what potentially that locker room is like, but also it affects the perception of what is truly going around in the NBA, because they always tell us we don't matter here on radio, they're in print media, all of us don't matter. What actually matters to them in theory is how people across the league are viewing the situation. So I think my bigger point is, I think as long as Malik is not being embarrassed, he plays his best friend AD the other day, as long as, he can't, he can have an honest conversation about why he's not playing, and it's not, dang, bro, like they really not messing with you like that.
Yeah.
I think that is what truly matters in everything.
And how you said that, Chris, it does make me think that, I read too deep into things, as Frankie knows.
Are you sure?
From a lot of different phone calls that we've had. But the way Malik is acting kind of lets me know that he knows what's up.
He was chumming it up the other day.
Yeah, he's not
specifically. Yeah.
Not that he would, but it's not. He feels like he's very clear on what is going on.
Malik is also very expressive, and it'd probably be tough for him to hide if he were faking or like really not okay with this.
Also, no benefit in doing that. I don't know when people learn, athletes in general, pouting and
I use pout all the time.
You as an athlete.
If I didn't start, I'm pouting.
Well, you are. That's right. You were a baseball player.
Yeah, I pout all the time.
Did you ever get benched?
Yeah, I mean, I had to battle,
benched
man.
The B word. I don't know if anyone.
It was just bad coaching.
He was
I didn't
placed
get
in another position.
I didn't get benched. It was bad coaching.
Coach is terrible.
But if I didn't start, I was a terrible teammate.
Chris had a good. I'm not surprised about that at all.
That's true.
No, Chris had a good point, though, that I think Malik is expressive enough and has an intense enough personality where if he was against what's going on, I think he'd be a lot more clearly agitated and maybe even outspoken about it.
Yeah.
And also, I think maybe it's at the point where he's like, hey, like, clearly this team's going in a different direction, and, like, he likes being here. I think he put roots down here. I think he either has a house or he enjoys the area, he enjoys the community. But at the same time, you know, it's professional sports. There's no guarantees, and to quote old Kings coaching legend George Karl, there's no one off the table, no one untouchable. And
look, if I were in this, like, I'm very excited about doing the afternoon show with Whitey. But if our boss called and said, Allen, we're going to pay you $18 million to not come into work or to just sit in
watch the show.
Watch the show for 4 hours.
Right.
I'd say, okay. I'd walk in with a smile on my face and a song in my heart.
Yeah. The best job in the world is a backup quarterback in the NFL, isn't it?
Yeah.
Probably play maybe like, I don't know, half a game a year if everything goes right.
Right.
And
Allen, we're trying to get you out of here.
If we're going to use the same analogy, though, I would say, but if, you know, Kevin Michael Whitey Gleason is sitting in this chair and he's spouting some nonsense that you don't agree with, you're probably going to sit in that chair and you're going to say, the mic is right there.
Right, it is.
I wish I could just turn the microphone on and scream again. Like, I think even then you would still find ways to show frustration.
I get you. I would just hop on my Golden One app,
look
at my bank account,
true. Be
and
like,
shut the bleep up.
Let me put a pipe in it.
Even if Whitey was saying that Pods was overrated,
I don't even. Don't get me sorry.
See,
Franklin.
you wouldn't want to jump on the mic.
No, I'm telling you, I don't even think Pods is that good.
That's not what I remember.
Okay, now Kuminga.
Now
this is a high ceiling, high flyer, and as we kind of talk about Kuminga, guys, to bring it up, where are you at with it? Are you done? And your segue strikes again. Are you done?
Can we just do it?
It's gonna happen, right?
Just make it happen.
It's gonna happen.
Look, I'm trying to convince. Look, Warrior fans, they're delusional. The Warriors are delusional.
Yes.
DeMar and a bad first for Kuminga, and some filler.
What is a bad first?
Bad
like
first is a way of saying protected.
How much protection?
Lottery.
Like a top 20,
Whatever
and then
you
it
need.
becomes
Okay.
two. Like
Yeah,
the Charlotte poison pill, it becomes 2
Let's
seconds.
do the Kevin Herter pick, where it was top 14 and then top 12 and then 10 and then it becomes nothing.
Yeah, whatever you need.
We're sending that off. It's just really not fun to deal with.
I feel like he's going to go somewhere else, though. I feel like this is going to be something that happens like a year and a half from now because I feel like a different team is going to be able to make a move or have an offer to Golden State that maybe is better than what the Kings can offer. But maybe
there's nobody right now. That's what Sam is. Everybody is saying it's
for now.
I mean, Phoenix has played probably much better than they
Yeah.
thought. Like they probably have played too well to want to throw Kuminga into the equation of everything. They're loving them some Dylan Brooks right now, which is one of the stranger media tours I've seen.
I think he's averaging 20 points per game.
No, it's crazy.
Is he still averaging 20 a game?
He's Oregon. He's Oregon Dylan Brooks now.
I know
But,
Grayson Allen is.
You know, the one thing that got really quiet, and I know he's dealt with some injuries, and I know he's another guard, and the Warriors don't want a guard, but the whole Bulls thing with Kobe White, I was going to say, that was the initial thought process. Then that just stopped.
They were okay with Kobe White, but not Malik Monk.
Early on, and then the Bulls said they were going to hold on. We talked about this last week. I think it might have been Ramsey and I, and the Bulls tricked off the Kobe White thing. Then he got injured. The Vucevic thing just kind of stopped because they were good for the first month. The Bulls were. It was supposed to be Vucevic. The Warriors really don't know what they want. They can say, we don't need another guard, you dummy, but I don't know that you know. If you want to give up 2 firsts and Kuminga for Trey Murphy, go do it. I'll tell you right now, Vegas is not changing your odds.
No. I don't think Trey Murphy's doing it for him.
I don't either. And you're going to give up 2 firsts when all you got is Pods?
Yeah.
And Moses Moody?
I mean, yeah, in my opinion, like they should try and like AD is like the kind of player that I think they
connected
like,
to AD.
Like that's to me, that's the only way that the Warriors are making like significant headway in terms of like changing the conversation about them.
I get to that happening though. I can't see them kind of like and it seems like ownership in Golden State really likes Kuminga, and if they're going to part with him, they're going to want to get back something that's going to make fans happy.
Right.
And I feel like bringing Malik Monk or DeMar DeRozan or Devin Carter or whatever the package is, Dario Saric, the ones to go back to like the package we've heard the whole time. I don't think any of those make the Warriors, like you said, much better or. You know, the fan base. There's big names out there that we probably haven't even heard of. The way the NBA trade, you know, like I think the Trey Young Washington thing came together within like 48 hours.
Oh, real quick, because you guys got to go after this, right? Or you
I don't have to.
No, we can stay.
Okay, we got you for another.
Yeah,
I'm going to talk to the guys, ask them about Trae Young when they woke up this morning. Did it affect how they felt about the Kings players' value, or is it just a little bit separate? More Allen Stiles coming up.
There are many reasons to choose Gonzalez Law Offices as a dedicated trial lawyer with an undefeated record from 2016 through 2019, and you'll know that no case is too big or too small. Due to his success, hard work, and commitment to excellence, attorney Jonathan Gonzalez has been listed in Super Lawyers Rising Stars, as well as in the top 40 under 40 list by national trial lawyers. You can find Gonzalez Law Office online at sacklegaldefense.com or call him at 916-304-9187.
At InShape, there's a place for every kind of mover. The Sometimer, the early riser, after-work grinder, the yogi, lifter, walker, runner, sauna seeker, recoverer. If you walk, lift, stretch, or sweat, you belong. Start the year strong and join today at InShape.com.
The winter service event is on at Beta Subaru. Now is the time to let Beta Subaru get your Subaru road ready for the winter weather with exceptional savings on tires, brakes, wiper blades, and more. See all the service specials at BetaSubaru.com.
Sometimes you need country music. Next time you have that feeling, check out New Country 105.1 KNCI, where you have 4 opportunities each weekday to win $1,000 and double your paycheck. New Country for Sacramento, 105.1 KNCI.
You live for this. The wins, the losses, the slam dunks, and the buzzer beaters. The dream that this is your team's year. Hope, it's what keeps you coming back. So you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when everything's on the line, your support means everything. That's why the NBA store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
Sacktown Sports fans, when the final buzzer sounds, the real action is just getting started. If you live for big moments, big crowds, and unforgettable nights, you'll find them all right here on the Sacktown Sports live events calendar. Get ready to laugh until it hurts with Daniel Tosh, live January 24th at the venue at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Then turn the volume all the way up with Ernest, bringing high energy country to Ace of Spades January 31st. Slow it down and vibe out when Jodeci delivers the classics live February 15th at Hard Rock Live Sacramento. Experience iconic sounds and the smooth style of Chris Isaac February 28th at Hard Rock Live Sacramento. And rock legends Jefferson Starship take the stage March 15th at Hard Rock Live Sacramento. Comedy, concerts, legendary performances. Find every show, every day, and plan your next big night out with the Sacktown Sports live events calendar. Play hard, rock harder, only on Sacktown Sports.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Looking to own or lease? We have options for everyone. Plus, lower interest rates at Folsom Lake Honda make for lower payments. It's no wonder Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not.
Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Yeah.
That's above my head.
Sorry, I'm responding to people.
Stop, Allen.
No. I'm responding to people that are saying congrats because the whole new lineup is out.
All right.
So
I'd say Whitey is John Mayer in the Grateful Dead.
That's right. That's right.
So who are you?
Bill Walton.
I'm the new lead singer from New Edition.
Frankie, if he can name more than one person in Grateful Dead, I'm setting the line at a half.
We're doing. Hey guys, real
Bill
quick.
Bill Walton was a good.
We're gonna act like they're the Beatles.
Yeah, before we move forward, do I look like Chimezie Metu?
Careful, Frankie.
I don't think I can answer this question.
No.
Why?
Thank
Kyle
you.
said the same thing.
You think you do?
No.
Oh.
Somebody on the chat yesterday said I look like Chimezi Metu.
And then for 12 minutes, they wouldn't let it go. It was like, I can't answer that, Alan.
And I just said, Kyle, just answer it. And then I asked, he said, you look like Childish Gambino. And I said, I said, but do I look like Chimezi Metu? He said, I can't answer that.
What does Kevin John call you?
Oh,
we're not doing that.
I'm not saying.
Now he's doing the thing. That is kind of a thing. Kevin John, ABC, he likes to call me.
You're not gonna say
famous comedian.
A famous comedian that is
who's
not
everywhere.
tall.
And he's everywhere.
He's everywhere.
All over the place.
Oh, you mean Kevin Hart?
Yeah.
Every time I see this guy.
Now, Chimezi Metu and Kevin Hart, what is the difference between those two?
I think he's short, Tim. I think he's short.
By the way, we're adding somebody else. We were making a list, and I promise we're about to get to Trae Young and how that affects the value here for the Kings guys. But we were making a list, guys, and we wanted to get your thoughts on it. Just guys that it's just too much, right? And Snoop Dogg, Chris, I know you're big on this. Snoop Dogg calling the Warriors Clippers. Yeah. Ooh, don't do that. It's enough.
It's
right?
people who companies love to pay.
Yeah.
But
Snoop's at the top. Your boy Kevin Hart's definitely up there. It feels like they've kind of cooled off on that though. Like
he's got what is it? DraftKings.
I'll say there's just in general a lot of Timothy Chalamet right now.
I was going to
a lot
add
of
that.
Sydney Sweeney for no reason.
I was going to add
Marty Supreme is really good.
I was going to add so yesterday.
I saw Chalamet
playing
Sandler
basketball.
video. Yeah,
it's enough.
Yeah.
Enough. We get
I
it.
get it.
You love basketball. You're
real.
from New York. You're real, bro.
Yeah.
Like
Knicks
super
fan.
real. Yeah, super real.
Yeah, and during the Knicks playoff run every day.
Right.
Hey, Timothy Chalamet's here again. Good. The brother's rich. I'd be there too.
So would you rather have him be less real?
Is he real though?
I don't know.
Is he real?
I don't know.
Just be less.
So, all right, that's all I had to say. Now let's get back on track.
Anyways, the
Adam
list included the
Sandler's real.
Kelseys, the Mannings.
Kelsey's a good one. That's a good one.
What else?
Too much.
Mannings is
We were getting there, but not quite there with Marshawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, Marshawn's definitely in the Snoop category of like.
We get the big.
I also just I'm not a huge
A-Rod?
fan of like. It feels a little clownish with Marshawn and Snoop,
Yankees
and I'm
fan.
just. It's not their fault. I think it's more of just how they're utilized. It's like, guys, all right, like, hey, do the thing, do the pot thing, do the Oakland thing.
Oh yeah, we also
Like,
said
all
Martha
right, I get
Stewart.
it.
Martha Stewart.
She goes hand in hand with
Yeah,
Snoop.
with Snoop. Yeah. Okay, so I just had to ask you guys that.
fair.
Well, I don't know when I'm going to get this opportunity.
No, exactly.
So now we've added Chalamet to the
Yeah,
list.
Chalamet's
Chalamet for
definitely
sure
on the list. I love that.
Anthony Edwards maybe is approaching. I mean, he's got the Sprite commercial.
And it was the first time
Yeah.
he went brick.
That's right. I mean, yeah.
I mean,
we
that's
haven't
not what
gotten
they
the
say, but you're
OKC.
close.
The OKC triplets. Those were fairly the
Oh,
AT&T
yeah.
commercials.
Oh, did
those
you
were
see, they
getting
got
a lot.
they got the
Those
Nick
happened way
Gallo
too
guy
much.
in their commercial now. The sideline reporter for the Thunder, who they would put the towels on his head.
And I don't like that.
Okay.
Just
They got him the deal.
just play your role, man.
Yeah.
Quick unrelated thing I want to add in real quick before we move on.
pretty important.
Real quick. You see Peacock is adding a feature. Where
I
you
have
can-
I have
you
that
can-
in the notes.
You can turn on. Oh, sorry.
No. It's fine. Go ahead, Frankie.
You can turn off announcers. You can
Yes.
listen to just the game audio.
Like
For-
sneakers squeaking
Yes,
and all.
and not yet, but in like baseball is coming to NBC and Peacock too.
Yeah.
Like you can just have. I used to love
Just
it on MLB.
ambient noise.
But
Just
here's
the
crazy.
stadium.
Here's a
Just the
crazy thing. How about they just work on their app not glitching before we
That
add
works
the
too.
bells and whistles? Does Peacock not glitch for you guys? Because I know it's not
no,
everyone.
Not really.
No, it does all the time for us.
Not me.
Yeah, it there's a lot for me. All right, now we're gonna get back on track, guys. I woke up. We found out last night, but I kind of woke up this morning trying to figure out if Trae Young just going for an expiring C.J. McCollum and Corey Kispert, how that would affect the value of some of the known assets on the Kings. Do you think it's just a different tax class? I think my theory is that Scott Perry didn't do the Zach LaVine deal with the Hawks, and Zach LaVine was trying to make his way to Atlanta. My theory is Scott Perry didn't do that because he believed that Zach LaVine would have more value than Trae Young, and I think he's probably going to be right. With that being said, do you think Trae Young going for Corey Kispert and C.J. McCollum affects these guys, or is it just a different situation with all of them kind of independently?
Feels different to me. It feels like Trae is just like he's paid a lot of money. I don't know how much he's paid in comparison to Zach. I don't know if that's like
it's pretty much the same.
Like 43, 44 million. I can get I can pull it up.
I think it's also just expectation, though, too. It's like with Trae Young, you're trading. I mean, that's your De'Aaron Fox trade. That is your, hey, we drafted this guy. This guy was meant to be the one that brought us to the promised land. And Trae actually made it to the Eastern Conference Finals in a fluky season.
$46 million of the $49 million player option, very close to Zach LaVine, almost identical.
Yeah, and it's just, I mean, I think it's the fact that you're trading your franchise player and you're getting essentially an expiring contract in Corey Kispert. Like, it's just, I don't know. For me, I think Zach is just, you're not expecting to get, somebody who's even going to be close to replicating a franchise star player. With Zach LaVine, you're literally hoping to get any deal done.
Yeah.
And so I think it's just a matter of expectation being different.
I feel like this helps, though. I feel like if Trae went for that, because you're saying, sounds like the Hawks don't care. They're in, and I sent you guys this text yesterday. Kind of crazy. I mean, yeah, Jalen Johnson's been playing good, but they're really going. He's not doing the Shea thing yet, right? And they're really just saying, no, we're good off Trae.
Yeah.
And we're so good off Trae, we'll take bad value back.
Yeah, I think it's even just like from a trade value perspective, in a weird way, I think worse players can get you more in return, even though like you're trading a better player, if that makes sense. Like I saw literally laid out of, what Atlanta got for John Collins versus what they got for DeJounte Murray versus what they got for Trae Young. They got way more for DeJounte Murray, but I think the perception is that Trae Young is just a significantly better player. But that's where, I mean, the contracts are going to come into play and all that. And again, I think that's just where Zach LaVine, we aren't expecting a lot. And I think Keon, honestly, obviously is going to give you more return. I don't know if what I'm saying is directly coming across, but really I think it's just more so a expectation evaluation.
Yeah. Frankie, what did you think when you saw the Trae Young deal?
I don't know. It also, like, the situations are different. And, like, kind of like looking at, I saw a graphic. It was like one of these players got 5 first-round picks or 4, and one got 1. It was Luka and Mikal Bridges.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Like,
Mikal's a perfect example.
It just depends on the specific needs or kind of the treasure chest of picks that a team has, or kind of their vision. Like, a GM, like obviously the Knicks, they felt that getting Bridges would be a very massive move for the team that was on the rise, and we'll see if that's right or not. That's a very, very big price they paid to get him out of Brooklyn. But Trae Young was kind of a matter of, like you said, I think that Atlanta, their idea was, we are good. Like, we're fine. And whatever gets him off our team, because he clearly was someone they were looking to move for a while, you have your players you want to build around. You have Nickeil Alexander-Walker's been great this year.
Yeah, yes.
You have Jalen Johnson. You have a core of young players. And now you get to bring in CJ McCollum, who isn't, I don't think he's necessarily washed by any means. He might be able to fit into that equation and help that team win more games. Trae Young, kind of the same exact thing as Zach LaVine that we talked about. It isn't a surprise that in the report that Zach LaVine's representation were trying to kind of work their way and swap bad contract for bad contract, which I don't even know if we can sit here and say, I can't remember if it was Dave and Jason talking about, has our perceptions of contracts, like Zach LaVine is still a pretty good NBA player. Mm-hmm. I think if you would have dropped his contract to 30, which it's not, I get it, but like, I do think there's a team out there that will want to take a flyer on him. And we got, 3 weeks to go? I don't think they're going to get back a first-round pick or 2 first-round picks. But the Trae move, to me, just kind of lets me know, okay, maybe there's a team out there. Hopefully not the Portis-Kuzma swap. That's like the only one people are saying makes real sense and that Milwaukee's interested. But it made me kind of feel more open to the fact that it probably not could, but it's more possible to happen. I've been of the mindset personally that Zach LaVine's not moving this year. Because good player, like I just said, but the contract is the problem. If he was making $25 million a year, I think he would have a lot more suitors.
Yeah.
It's the fact that he has that player option for next year. There might be teams out there like Washington who are on the downswing and are looking to offload some contracts and kind of restructure. But at the same time, I think Zach LaVine's got to play a little bit better too, man.
Yeah, and I think you kind of mentioned it there with Trae, with their situation being different too. It's like Trae is also like an all-time bad defender. It's like if you bring Trae Young as your point guard, he's barely 6 feet tall. He's maybe 185 pounds soaking wet. Right. Like Zach LaVine is 6'6", 6'5", can jump out the gym. Even though he hasn't shown the ability to lock down defensively, it's not a foregone conclusion that you're just going to be absolutely terrible. Again, it feels like Milwaukee can convince themselves that LaVine can fit in, or we have guys behind him and, Miles Turner and Giannis that can protect him. Maybe you can make the same argument about Trae, but it just feels way more helpless when you're paying Trae Young $49 million and you just know that dude in the playoffs, especially if you're a team like Milwaukee, that dude's just going to get turnstile the entire time. And so it almost doesn't matter how good he is offensively, because defensively, he's just going to get destroyed in the playoffs.
Right. And I think the thing with Trae, and we were talking about this, it's weird because sometimes when you're, for lack of a better term, a one-trick pony, it's a bad thing. Sometimes it's not a bad thing, because we know, Milwaukee knows when we get Zach LaVine, and that was a big thing to touch on the defense. That was a big thing at the beginning of the season before it went off the rails, that Zach LaVine defensively had been given more effort, been more locked in. But you know what you're going to get with Zach LaVine. He's going to hit you for 40. We looked it up yesterday. Trae Young hasn't gone for 40 in, I think it was January of, it was a year ago. Pretty much, because Trae Young, he's kind of assist hunting, right?
I mean, this was a fun Chris Watkins stat. Since December of 2023, Trae Young and Keegan Murray both have one 40-point game.
Wow.
Yeah, and so Trae was supposed to be your, well, what is Trae there to do, right? Especially as these guys move towards your ball handler, that's the 6'7", Denny Avdia, Jalen Johnson type. I think more teams would say, look, we know we're overpaying Zach LaVine, but we do know he can get hot. We can kind of look, any other team, and I see this all the time, why don't teams run, or why don't the Kings run some of the same plays they seem to run for Dougie McBuckets for Zach LaVine? Doug gets in and he's running around screens all day long like Steph Curry.
It's a great
Zach
point.
LaVine, they just don't even do that. Now, I don't know if Zach wants to do that or not, but okay, well, he doesn't really want to create off the dribble. Okay, well, he doesn't like DHOs. Well, what does he like? What are we doing?
He likes stepping into 30-footers.
Yeah.
And getting bottoms on him. Which is great,
and being
but
flight 8, taking off.
I don't know about that anymore.
No comment on that.
He still takes off.
He got up the other night, but I do think there are teams out there that need shooting. And like you talked about, he has the ability to be just a complete microwave, just a complete sharpshooter. I think he's still around 40% this year. Last year he was great in the 20 games he played in Sacramento. But it's the money, man. It's the money. From a player standpoint, he has value. I think he does have value. Zach LaVine is a player who can help a team out there. But if he's going to help a team, it's not really possible with that money. Now, Milwaukee could definitely use him to space the floor and shooting, and Giannis wants to be happy. He comes out today with Sam Amick and says he wants to retire there. Is it posturing? Is it true? I don't know. We probably won't know until something happens. But I feel like that's one team that it's the one team. First of all, it's been linked to him.
And that's the problem. They've been linked to everybody. They were just linked to Jalen Green, and Jalen Green played less than DeMontis Sabonis and Keegan Murray. So I don't know what they're trying to do. Real quick, guys, one-word answer because we're over time. This is from Manny Too Legit, one of our P1s. For the roundtable, the trade deadline, before it ends, do you think any changes will be made by Scott Perry? We kicked off the week saying I'm a little bit worried that nothing happens. I think it's possible, but one-word answers because we got to get you out of here.
Coaching staff or
personnel? No. Personnel.
Okay.
Personnel. Yes or no, Chris? Is something changed by the trade deadline?
Absolutely.
Okay. Frankie?
I don't think so.
It's pretty different.
It is different. I don't know. I just feel like they're riding this thing out.
I told you. I don't want to believe it. They can't believe it. All right, Chris Watkins, Frankie Cardicelli. Be sure to follow them on social media. Be sure to follow our official Sacktown Sports as well. They're doing great work for us. Check out all of that on sacktownsports.com as well. Thank you guys so much. We'll talk to you in some capacity, right?
Last time you got mad, we didn't say bye. So I'm saying goodbye, and I'll see you whenever you want on The Drive, guys.
There you go. And I owe you a bevy, so I'll be texting. All right, Chris Watkins, everyone.
Martinelli's.
On the other side, we keep the conversation going. Didn't get a chance to ask the guys this, but you have Rich Paul saying that the number one thing De'Aaron Fox told him is that he didn't want to leave Sacramento. What went wrong, and do you believe Mr. Clutch? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive's accident response can detect and send help when you need it most after a major car accident. But other accidents, you're on your own. Like when you accidentally call your wife Mom. When you accidentally say Happy Holidays on someone's birthday. When you accidentally wave at someone you thought was waving at you. We can't help with those accidents, but Progressive's accident response provides peace of mind after major car accidents. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
Planet Fitness has everything you need to start strong, so you can give everything you've got. From plate-loaded strength equipment and functional training areas to treadmills, stair climbers, and free weights. Our equipment is best in class, and our clubs are right around the corner, so you can make this your strongest year yet. Join the club today and save $28 or more when you join for $1 down, $15 a month. Cancel anytime. Deal ends Friday, January 9th. Are you coming? Planet Fitness. We're all strong on this planet. See club for details.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la. I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert. John Party. Chris Young. Turnpike Troubadours. Dylan Scott and more. Line dancing live DJs, Mechanical Bulls, huge festival area, and food trucks. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. More info at CITBFest.com.
Guys, feeling low energy or low drive? It could be low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health, start with a free T-check and consultation. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off TRT. Book now at ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. Great stuff from the round table. So we did get to talk to all of our guys. We got to talk to all of our guys, so we appreciate that. And we are now going to hear from Rich Paul. Okay, and Rich Paul, he had this to say. I didn't get a chance to ask the guys whether, I don't want to say whether they believe them or not, but, you know, it's one thing when you have your own platform because you can say what you want and kind of frame things in certain ways. And some of you are going to hear what Rich Paul had to say and be upset, but there are others of you that are probably going to hear this and think, should we consider the source a little bit? So here it is.
It's your thing. He never wanted to leave that team.
Never want to leave Sacramento.
It's your thing. He never wanted to leave that team.
Never want to leave Sacramento.
He did not, no. And when I first signed him, one of the biggest things was because, you know, I get the reputation that, oh, if you sign, then he's going to try to move you to a better market or a bigger team, whatever the case may be. That was one of the things. He's like, Rich, I really want to see this thing through here in Sacramento because they drafted me and he liked the ownership group, et cetera, and even the front office at
forget
that
about
time.
seeing it through it. I can see through it.
No.
Out.
But that wasn't the case.
It took a little time.
But it took some time. But with that being said, he trusted me to be able to present to him places that I thought made a lot of sense for him going forward in the future.
So at a certain point in Sacramento, you're like, look, did he come to you or did you go to him? And like, look, this ain't working.
I mean, the writing was on the wall.
There's no future in it.
But we handled it very professionally, as professionally as you can. And you see the disgruntled and things like that, but you still have to go out and play, and every situation is different. But in this case, then now you have to have foresight. So the foresight was, let's look at these teams, Orlando, San Antonio, teams that really needed a point guard, but also had some other key pieces and that he would fit right into and be able to catapult. So ultimately we landed on San Antonio, and San Antonio saw it as well. But again, when you talk about, they still looking at culture, timeline. Hey, you coming in here next to Wemby. Wemby's going to be our franchise guy.
But not only that, Fox gets kind of in terms of the press that they get, or in the imagination of the fans, when people talk about the Spurs, Wemby. And then after Wemby, it's kind of like Harper and Castle.
And that's okay.
And he becomes, I'm saying it's really good placement by you and him, because he becomes the veteran leader who can take over in crunch time. And that's why I say, in a weird way, he's kind of their secret weapon.
But again, what you're saying goes into why they acquire.
So that was Rich Paul and Max Kellerman kind of chatting about what went down in Sacramento. Max with a couple, I guess, your typical jokes about Sacramento. Rich Paul was, just trying to tell the story here. And, when you hear Rich Paul say that, I will say I believe him. I didn't want to believe him, but I will say I do believe him. And in believing him, believing that De'Aaron did want to stay, who came to who and at what point that all went down, we'll probably never know. But I just thought it was kind of an interesting clip because, you look back on how everything went down and where we're at now, and hopefully the Kings can just like the Mavericks. I know the Mavericks aren't necessarily ever going to forget about Luka, but De'Aaron ain't Luka also. I do hope that the Kings can just get a top 3 pick. And I don't know that the top 3 pick will even be better than De'Aaron Fox, but just get a top 3 pick to just start the process of healing and moving forward. I think that's been one of the maybe underrepresented pieces of this for Kings fans. It's one thing to lose someone and start the process. What I don't think that ownership understood when they decided to do this double down thing, and that's just the theme of the day as we're adding Matt George to our roster to the midday show, I don't think that they understood how this would affect, number one, how they were viewed as far as the basketball world, and that's no disrespect to Zach LaVine, but number two, how it would affect the fan base. And the fan base is still filling up that arena when they feel like it, which is pretty often. You still get those crowd pops, and you still have people saying, man, Sacramento, they deserve something better. But I just don't think that ownership and Vivek understood how much this was going to affect everyone. Because when you leave something, the Mavs got lucky, and they still fired Nico. Right? But they moved on from Luka, and now they got Cooper Flagg, and Cooper Flagg looks incredible. He's been very durable as well. So the Mavs got lucky. But most of the time, when you make that move and you're saying goodbye, just like the Trailblazers did with Dame, you know that you're about to start something. This is a very unique situation that the Kings put the fans in, and there was never any healing. You don't get to say, okay, well, we lost Fox, but now we're turning to this. It was, okay, well, we lost Fox, but now we're turning to Zach LaVine for a half season. And now all of a sudden we're trying to move off of Zach LaVine and our GM doesn't even talk about Domantas Sabonis, and we still have to watch De'Aaron Fox do the clap drum thing with Wemby and Harrison Barnes with a smile on their face and a song in their heart. So I think that's one of the most underrepresented parts of this that they did not think about, and maybe that's not what businessmen are supposed to do. But basketball minds weren't thinking about Zach LaVine for De'Aaron Fox, so you weren't thinking about that in that capacity either, but just the idea that the Kings fans haven't even started the healing process yet.
I mean, speaking for myself, I feel like that healing process is still ongoing at this point. I mean, when they did trade De'Aaron Fox, and this is part of, players talk about they don't like the midseason trades. Part of the midseason trade, too, is the fan base has to pivot to the next thing. And when you have a homegrown star like Fox, who played the most games in franchise history and led you back to the playoffs, and all the things that De'Aaron Fox means to the Sacramento Kings and the Sacramento community, it was tough and probably still is tough for some people to move on from that and then immediately have to jump into this next version that we're supposed to love.
Right, but normally that next version would have been a bunch of young dudes just arrived in Sacramento. Sohan changes his hair to purple, and you get a couple other different players coming through, young players coming through, and that all happens. And the end of the season, Kyle, you're getting to watch these new players get used to the other young players. And then after that happens, you go into the offseason. Maybe you trade up because you've started maybe this offseason is busy not getting Dennis Schroeder and Russell Westbrook. It's moving Domantas Sabonis. It's doing other things. Maybe you sneak into a top 15 pick instead of a Nick Clifford at 20, whatever it was. That is how it typically happens, and Kings fans were robbed of that. And now we have to hear Rich Paul, and I'll get on Clutch and Rich Paul, but honestly, listening to that back, I kind of feel them on that. It wasn't about how things kind of ended with De'Aaron Fox to me. It was the move that they made, and Kings fans never really getting an opportunity, to just turn the page. We're just stuck, right? We're just stuck in the middle of whatever this is. And according to people like Frankie Cardicelli and kind of people like myself, there's a chance we got to go into this offseason if something doesn't turn around. But you do have Chris Watkins saying absolutely he thinks a deal will be made. As we hit the 1 o'clock hour, we have a stat that really hates the Kings that we want to get to. And Brock Purdy and Mike Florio copying a conversation that I imagine Whitey Gleason and myself will have time and time again on the Drive Guys. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the Drive Guys.
January 12th.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Allen Stiles.
This is the Drive Guys.
Weekday afternoons 2 to 6 on Sacktown Sports 1140.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it, because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So, looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-771-1300. That's 800-771-1300.
Injured and you're considering an LA law firm looking to charge you 45% to 50% in attorney's fees? That's overcharging. Ashton & Price has been around for over 25 years, and I can tell you no matter how complicated your injury case, you should never be charged 45% or 50% in attorney's fees ever. Direct, experienced, unrelenting, and honest local representation matters. It's called home court advantage for a reason. Ashton & Price serious local attorneys for serious people with serious injuries. So for the best local advice, don't think twice. Call Ashton & Price.
KHD-KHD1 Sacramento, KYMX-HD3 Sacramento. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and vocal.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Was just reading some of the text here. 916 says, I knew it was a bad trade. You knew it was a bad trade. Only, you know who thought it was a good trade. 530 says not getting Stephon. not getting Stephon Castle ruined it. Not getting any of those young guys or a pick, right? Or I guess a better pick. Not getting any of those. Carter Bryant, right? You weren't going to get that pick, but Carter Bryant you probably could have got Carter Bryant. His shot is broke.
I already see people are trying to give away Sohan now.
Yeah.
I just give me the hair.
He got poked in the face by Vanderflop.
Oh, that's right. You call him Vanderflop.
By Vanderflop last night, so that could be out here in Sacramento.
I would have taken Champagny, who apparently is better than Sohan, but I would have just taken Champagny, any of them.
Those guys would have all arrived in Sacramento. They would have been at Tiger before it closed. It would have been a great young mini core. I don't know if any of those guys are going to be great, but great young mini core. And you like I said, you get a couple picks if they're protected, whatever, and you go from there. And then you'd still probably be in position for this top 3 pick here in Tankathon.
Allen, I could have strutted on down to Golden One Center in my ridiculous, colorful outfit, and Sohan would have seen me in the crowd and been like, you know what?
Yeah, I'm home. I'm home.
Yes. I need that color next. Which
That's right.
color? All the colors.
That's right. So by the way, I just got a text from Chris Watkins.
Oh, boy.
He says, can you please... He says, going back to our list of just celebrities, people that we see too much, is just oversaturated. We recently added Timothée Chalamet. Chris was on it. I was literally going to say his name, but Chris beat me to it today. Timothée Chalamet to the Mannings, to the Kelseys.
Kevin Hart,
to
Shaq.
Snoop Dogg, Shaq, and Martha Stewart and Kevin Hart.
And maybe Marshawn.
Chris said, can you please add Drewski to the list? It's that commercial.
It's with
Zoe.
It's just the one commercial, but yeah, Drewski he's in the prize picks too.
He's a prize pick.
Drewski does do a lot of commercials.
Drewski can get to the list.
Which is weird too, because I don't even think Drewski is that famous. I just think he's willing to take money. I don't know if people watching NBA games are like, yes, I know who that guy is next to Jeff Bridges.
No, I don't think so either, but it doesn't really the people that know, they know.
But that's why I feel like those T-Mobile commercials are so weird, because it's like, okay, you're hitting Zoe Saldana, Jeff Bridges, Drewski.
Yeah.
I saw the guy from What We Do in the Shadows is in one of them now. They're just hitting every group where you're going to know one of them.
Yeah, Drewski doesn't bother me yet, maybe because it just started, but it is a lot. Whenever you see somebody come up like that, it doesn't make you, for me, it's not as annoying, but I feel it.
Okay. So he's with Marshawn, where we're getting close. We're maybe not there yet.
No. He said, I like Drewski, but it's a lot. The prize picks.
Yeah. Okay.
The T-Mobile, the prize picks.
Also,
hey, I'm not an elf. I'm 6'3".
He's also a meme. So, like, every time someone gets hurt, it's like, oh, here's who Justin Herbert is going to be throwing to. And it's Drewski running the routes. You see him pop up every now and then.
Yeah, that's true. The AI stuff, all of that. So, as we were having a conversation before we hit the 1 o'clock hour, and by the way, we are going to do that giveaway, Kyle, let's say in about 15 minutes.
Do I need to hit the button to let you know it's time to do it?
Sure. Hit the button. 1:15, we're doing the giveaway. Cedric the Entertainer. 1:15, Kyle will hit the button. All right. And I believe that is January 16th at Thunder Valley. Okay. So that's at 1:15. You don't want to miss. We're doing that giveaway for you. And we were talking about De'Aaron.
Here, when you hear this sound, it's time.
Thank you, Kyle. I'll probably be on some tangent, so I will need to hear that. But we were talking about De'Aaron Fox and Rich Paul saying that he really didn't want to leave Sacramento, but we know that story there. And I was just discussing how Sacramento didn't get to turn over, right? Sacramento didn't get in the breakup. You didn't get to you're not dating anybody else, right? You get to watch someone else dating, but you're with this person that you don't really know if you like or not, and it's kind of was a fling, and you're not really serious about them, while the other person is in a very, very healthy relationship. That's what it is with it's not even a new, right? You're not even dating somebody new that you think could grow into something. That would have been Sohan. That would have been one of these players from the Spurs. You didn't even get that. You got Zach LaVine, who you kind of been flirting for a while, so then you decided to take a chance on the fling, and the fling ain't flinging.
Even
right?
Devin Vassell.
She's already looking to go somewhere else. She's already looking around. She's already DMing other dudes. That's a problem. All right? And then you got to look at your old thing in a very healthy relationship. It's the worst. 916-339-1140. Kyle, I've really been wanting to play this as we switch gears a little bit to the Niners as we gear you up for the NFL playoffs and the Niners taking on the Eagles. Now we're seeing a shift, Kyle, by the way. Now everybody was heavy on the Eagles. Now all of a sudden, hold on, let's stop being disrespectful to the Niners. We knew all of this was going to happen. But Brock, you can tell Brock is being forced to do all of the media hits because he's sitting in the same spot in the same hoodie. And you're seeing all these different media hits. You have to do USA Today and all this different stuff. But this is from Mike Florio. All right. And Mike Florio, he goes full Allen Stiles. And I checked the history on this, Kyle. He's been saying this for a while. So he finally gets his chance to say this term, right, that he's been saying to Brock. And Brock pulls what I would call a Whitey Gleason. And who was it we had on? Sean Cunningham. And Sean said, Allen.
What's the question, Allen? I don't know what you're referring to. What's the question, Allen? I don't know what you're referring to.
That is going to be in the montage, by the way.
That is literally what happens here as Florio has cooked up this great comparison in his head, and Brock has no clue what to say. So here it is.
Clark Kent, who becomes Superman. There's no doubt about it. The play against the Bears where you did the Josh Allen thing, stop, start, this, that, touchdown, pass to Kyle. You should get a thing of beauty, MVP level stuff. But when you become Superman, you still kind of seem like Clark Kent. Do you agree or disagree with that assessment?
I'm not really sure what you mean. When you become Superman, you're still Clark Kent.
You've got a very calm demeanor at all times. That we always see the Tom Brady with the let's go and the veins popping out of his neck. Like, you still are very chill, if that's the right word to use. I may be too old to use the word chill, but I'm going to use it anyway. Do you feel that way when you're on the field?
Yeah, I think for me, it's always been, I know people say this and it sounds cheesy, but don't let the highs be too high. Don't let the lows be too low. You're making plays. It's great and all, and you can celebrate. But at the same time, the other team's going to get the ball. They can go down and score, and you got to go do it again. So it's always having the state of mind of be ready to go do it again, but do what it takes, man. If you got to, score and celebrate a little bit to get the guys to feed off that energy, so be it. Let's do it. And I don't know. I feel like that's sort of just how I look at it. So
I got a couple things to say here. And I love always listening to things back because more pops up in my head.
I'm not really sure what you mean.
Because number one, that I felt Florio because I've been in that situation so many times as we've joked with Sean Cunningham. And
what's the question, Allen? I don't know what you're referring to.
But I also want to take it here. I know Brock likes corn and he likes tractors, but can we stop doing this? This man has been Dougieing after all the touchdowns. Why do we do this thing? Because Brock wears, normal clothes and doesn't wear chains, and he looks like he just came from, I don't want to name a store here, no free endorsements, but just your typical store.
Does line dancing in commercials.
Why do we act like Brock is not lit when he plays? He's yelling, he's screaming. Why does he have this narrative that he's just this meek and mild guy? Have you watched Brock Purdy play football? He's dancing. He doesn't do it after every first down, don't get me wrong. But he did remember when he tried to juke out the guy and he put the ball in his face? He apologized in the presser. But Brock, when he's on the field, is a dog. And I don't understand why he compares him to Josh Allen. Josh Allen ain't doing the Dougie. He does as much stuff on the field. To me, Josh Allen runs more, so he'll do a little first down celebration. But Brock is a showman, and I don't know why there's this narrative that Brock I'm trying to think, Kyle, like Kirk Cousins, right? He is not Kirk Cousins. Give me another quarterback that just, no matter, you really can't tell. Brock isn't really that even keeled to me. You don't see his lows, but Brock celebrates all the time.
Wait, I'm confused because when Florio's saying he makes the Josh Allen play, he's talking about the play itself. He's not.
Yeah, but he's saying, but then he says, Brock is saying, what do you mean? And he says, well, you still kind of look. Then Brock says, chill. I think you mean even keeled, and you can't get too high, can't get too low. And Brock does a good job of, you can't tell, when he gets low, when he throws a pick or something. But when Brock is up, I'm not saying he's a front runner, but you can tell that they're partying, right? He's doing celebrations. So I just don't understand why there's this narrative that Brock doesn't celebrate. I saw the same thing about Shohei Ohtani. And I saw somebody say, Shohei plays the game the right way. He doesn't bat flip anything. Have you watched Shohei play baseball? He bat flips, he stares at his home runs, and good for him. He hits the ball 600 feet. He hits it to Jupiter. Good. But I don't know why certain guys get this, I guess, narrative or storyline that they don't celebrate or show emotion when Brock does. He does all the time.
First of all, the Shohei Ohtani thing, there might be a little bit of that Chimezi Metu going on there.
I'm not yes, probably.
That's probably what's happening with that one. But the Brock one, that is a situation where I think part of it is a product of the system that he played. Like, Brock is always going between the Brock star and the game manager thing. Like, I've never heard Bo Nix say or do anything interesting on the field.
Yes.
So Brock is teetering that line between Josh Allen and out here Dougieing and throwing the ball and screaming when you score a touchdown.
Yes.
And Bo Nix, who you never hear him say anything interesting.
That's such a good call. Bo Nix, and I'm not saying, obviously I watch the Niners more, but Drake May seems like a guy that I can't really tell when I've watched him. But Brock, when the Niners are up.
Right, but I also, the weird thing with Bo Nix is I never see Bo Nix make the play that Brock does where he throws to Juwan Jennings to win the 49ers the game against the Bears.
Yeah.
Which I think part of when you talk about going Superman or going from Clark Kent to Superman, Clark Kent is code word for game manager and Superman is code word for franchise quarterback there, which is what Florio actually wanted to ask him, I think, and then he got scared when Brock was like, I don't really know what you're talking about, and then Florio kind of pivoted his questioning.
Right.
But I think just Clark Kent and Superman are code words for your version of Brock Star and game manager or whatever we're calling it. Like, It's kind of the same variation of that.
Yeah, so I thought that was hilarious just because Brock answered that the same way I've had some people answer some of my questions, whether it be Whitey Gleason or Sean Cunningham. And Brock, and somebody is saying on the text line, they're saying Brock went alpha dog on Florio, made him feel real small from the 5-3-0. Yeah, I would kind of agree with you. I think Brock was kind of saying, well, what are you trying to say? Say it with your chest. Mike Florio. Because when I looked it up, Kyle, this was like last year, and he's on with, I think, Chris Sims, and he's saying the same thing. When Brock does Superman, so this has been his thing for a while. He finally gets the, I guess, gumption to say it to Brock's face, and Brock's saying, what are you trying to say? And somebody said, I think he's saying Brock has no aura. So I think as the kids say, he has no aura. And Brock said, well, what are you trying to say, man? Just say what you're trying to say.
Yeah, I think he was trying to say that, but he got scared.
He did.
Got like Allen Stiles when he asked Scott Perry about Kuminga. Got a little scared in that moment.
I'm not really sure what you mean.
916-339-1140. You don't have to play the sounder, Kyle, because I'm all over it. That's right. 1:15, so you know what that means. Win a pair of tickets to see Cedric the Entertainer at the venue at Thunder Valley on Friday, January 6th. One of the original Kings of Comedy, Cedric the Entertainer, is kicking off his Love and Laughter tour at the venue at Thunder Valley on Friday, January 16th. We're looking for lucky caller number 3. Got to be quick. Caller number 3.
I mean, you did that to yourself.
916-339-1140, 916-339-1140, 916-339-1140 to win a pair of tickets to see the show on Friday, January 16th. That's caller number 3 at 916-339-1140. Your opportunity to see Cedric the Entertainer. Looks like Kyle he's looking. Is he finding anyone? Looks like there's plenty to see. I think I know which one was the third one. Looks like Kyle has got it. You'll have one more chance tomorrow.
We had one person jump the gun.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Well, so you got to change that math. You will have another chance tomorrow if Kyle does not pick up your call to see Cedric the Entertainer January 16th at Thunder Valley. So we've been having different conversations, and I know there's a bunch of Eagles fans that are very confident, and there are a bunch of Niner fans that are very confident, but there's also a lot as it pertains to the different fan bases and how they are reacting to certain things. I've heard a lot of people say the Niners should feel really good about this. Right now, I don't know. I got to double check this. It looks like the Eagles moved to 5.5, depending on what you're looking at. That's a bit surprising to me. I'm sure you can find it in different places, but yeah, I'm still seeing 3.5 as well. So I would, if you're doing anything, I'm definitely not taking that 5.5, depending on where you're looking. Or now I'm seeing it did move to 5.5. Actually, it was at 3.5, so it moved to 5.5. I just don't like that for the Eagles. I promise you, as my buddy who texts in, who's the Seahawks fan, I promise you I'm not doing a Homer Niners thing as a Raiders fan. I just watched football. I just watched the Eagles this season and watched the Niners. And ultimately, and Vic Fangio, some Niner fans are mad because Vic Fangio said it in a specific way, but he kind of said that there's not a huge difference between Brock Purdy and Mac Jones. But he was more so saying it about being happy for Mac Jones kind of turning his career around. He wasn't trying to slight Brock, but of course people are going to take that as a slight. But I just don't believe that the Eagles are going to be able to do what the Seahawks just did to the Niners. That's how I feel about it. The Athletics' Mike Sando is picking the Niners to beat the Eagles on Sunday. This is what he said. I like the 49ers. There's less dysfunction going on, you know. I don't expect Philly to magically turn it on. And as good as Vic Fangio and their defense is, I feel like what happened to the 49ers against Seattle is an aberration. Philly's going to have to score points, and I'm not sure they'll be able to do that. That's basically how I feel about it. I pretty much agree with Mike Sando and everything he's saying. To me, it comes down to, can Philly actually make Brock feel uncomfortable? I've never seen him more uncomfortable than that Seattle game, and it's hard for me to believe that's going to happen again. I just don't think that's going to happen again. Defensively, even in the Seattle game, the Niners only gave up 13 points. So I just don't trust the Eagles' offense to put up the necessary points to hang with the Niners. Even though the Niners' defense is not good, I just don't trust the Eagles' offense. It's that simple. So I got the Niners, as of right now, our official predictions will be tomorrow for not just the Niners, but all of the wild card games. And we still have to do a Super Bowl prediction as well. But yeah, I just don't see the Niners being just shut down like they were against the Seahawks. And, there's always something going on. You never know with the Eagles. Sometimes they can be pretty undisciplined. They could lose a guy because of doing something stupid during a game. You just never know with the Eagles. And I know the fan base is crazy. I think there are a lot of crazy fan bases out there. But I do think the Eagles fan base is nuts. I saw somebody in the Bay saying, I've been in that building. It's not that crazy. It's crazy. I just don't know that any of that matters to the guys that are on the field. After the first couple drives here, you know what it is. I get it, the crowd noise when you're trying to call a play. And Brock was yelling, I can't hear. What was that a couple weeks ago? But, yeah, I don't see the Eagles being able to keep – there's just a lot of pressure. Just think of it as in a baseball game when you have your two stud pitchers and one lineup is better than the other, right? And I guess the Niners don't have that stud pitcher as in a defense, but if you don't score as much as your defense is good, you have that pitcher and your offense isn't good. If the other team is able to score even a couple runs on that pitcher, you're thinking, dang, now we're in a bad spot because our offense isn't very good, which is crazy to say about, and I know a lot of people aren't high on Jalen Hurts right now, about an offense with Jalen Hurts, with A.J. Brown, with Devontae Smith, and with Saquon Barkley, and with Dallas Goedert. To say that right now, that it's just not a good offense, but it hasn't been a good offense all season long. I would definitely say if you are the Eagles, if you want a shot at this, you probably need to get your points early because that's kind of what happened with Seattle, right? Later on, the Niners have been doing a good job of bend, don't break for the most part. So if you don't get your points early, early in your playbook and early in your play schedule, that I think also bodes well for the Niners because Jalen Hurts under pressure, they are both quarterbacks that like to stay on schedule. And if you get either of them off schedule, I still trust Brock more than Jalen Hurts, but they're very much, I know the Niners haven't really run the football, but once you get off schedule, I definitely trust Brock in backyard football more than Jalen Hurts. I know Jalen Hurts is a gamer, but that Super Bowl game, they were on schedule, and then they started putting it on the Chiefs. But they were pretty much on schedule, and they were on schedule the first time they played the Chiefs until Jalen Hurts' fumble. They probably would have won that one. But I'm just saying, if you get Jalen Hurts off schedule, I don't trust it. If you get Brock off schedule, you still got a shot at things.
Yeah, I think the thing I'm more worried about is if you get Kyle Shanahan off schedule.
It's a good point.
Like, if he don't got that, this is kind of the thing with Ben Johnson, too. If he doesn't have that 10-point lead early on and he's losing the time of possession battle, his counterpunch don't hit as good as those scripted plays right out the gate, too.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, Kyle. I was double-checking. The line did move. And by the way, who won today?
Chris.
Shout out Chris.
Yeah, Chris Bryan. Congratulations.
Shout out Chris. Enjoy your time with Cedric the Entertainer. But Kyle, I was double checking this. The line has moved to 5.5. And I hate, bulletin board material. I don't like this if I'm an Eagles fan. I really don't. So the line has moved to 5.5 for the Eagles.
I'd have to look because I know if the line isn't necessarily the best indicator, but like if a lot of the money is coming in on one side, then you know that Vegas is leaning one direction or the other. They have because like the goal of these lines is to get 50-50 on both sides. But sometimes you look at it, it'll be like 91% of the wagers are coming in on the Eagles. That means the house is saying the Niners are great value type of situation.
I see what you're saying.
I am curious if that line is moving because it could mean a lot of people are betting on the Eagles, but that could also mean the house feels pretty good about the 49ers. And they want people to keep picking the Eagles because then they would have a better chance to win.
On the other side, this is a Kyle special, okay, revisiting Allen and Kyle's preseason predictions for the Kings. So Kyle's going to take this one on, and we're also going to talk about the NFL playoff predictions that I gave before. I don't even remember any of this. So Kyle has cooked this up for us, and we will get to it when we return. And we got to run the Tankathon. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the Drive Guys. January 12th.
The Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and Allen Stiles.
This is the Drive Guys. Weekday afternoons 2 to 6 on Sacktown Sports 1140.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
For over 90 years, Hagen Oaks has partnered with the biggest brands in golf to bring cutting-edge technology to your game. Our one-of-a-kind total game fitting offers a level of experience and precision that is unmatched. From driver to putter, footwear to golf balls, our TrackMan-powered performance studios, 3D footwear scanner, and Ping's Ballnamic ball fitting kiosk ensure every piece of your gear is tailored to your swing. Trust the experts at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Total game fitting starts here.
Celebrate the new year in style with a new Honda from Stockton Honda. Whether you're shopping new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. With new Hondas in stock and ready to go, now is the time to save on your favorite Honda in person or online. CR-V, HR-V, Pilot, Accord, Civic, and Ridgeline. It's a new year with endless possibilities. Get the deals that make it easy to say yes. Upgrade and save today at Stockton Honda.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Country in the Park is back. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo. Miranda Lambert. John Party. Chris Young. Turnpike Troubadours. Dylan Scott and more. Line dancing live DJs, Mechanical Bulls, huge festival area, and food trucks. Tickets start at only $68. Country in the Park. May 8th and 9th at Cal Expo with Michelob Ultra and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. More info at CITVFest.com.
Guys, if your energy is low, your strength isn't what it used to be, or your drive feels off, it's not just getting older. For many men, it's low testosterone. At Revive Men's Health Sacramento, you can start with a free T-check, exam, and consultation so you get real answers about your testosterone levels and overall health. And this month only, qualified patients may receive 25% off testosterone replacement therapy. This isn't guesswork or one-size-fits-all treatment. Revive specializes in personalized, closely monitored testosterone care designed to help men feel stronger, sharper, and more like themselves again. With over 120,000 patients treated since 2011, Revive Men's Health is trusted for results, not hype. If you've been putting this off, now is the time to act. Claim your free T-check and consultation and see if you qualify for 25% off TRT. This month only. Call 916-619-3000. That's 916-619-3000. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. Terms apply, must medically qualify.
Sacramento's Outwork playlist is Mix 96. Now with 4 opportunities each weekday to be our $1,000 Employee of the Day. Today's hits and yesterday's favorites, Mix 96.
Tune in every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday for the Toyota Tahoe Report with Johnny Mosley and me, Elena, bringing you the latest weather conditions up at Tahoe. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers, Toyota. Let's go places.
Live and local.
It's Allen Stiles
on Sacktown Sports.
Congrats to our winner for the Cedric the Entertainer tickets. Get the ribeye at high stakes. Just do it.
Oh, I get it.
No, that's what it's called. It's also called that.
Yeah, no,
it's a great name. It's a great name. And I did add, so I've been to all of them, well, not all of them, but I've been to about.
You go there a lot, don't you?
No. But I've been to a couple of the steakhouses. I also saw I also saw something come through on, it was Instagram Reels or Facebook or something. The top 5, they just did it based on ratings, top 5 steakhouses in Sacramento. So I want people to chime in if you have one, and I'll let you know if it matches up or not, as obviously Natomas Donuts, I am down the street from the best donuts in Sacramento, according to CBS.
Allegedly.
According to CBS. Okay.
By the way, just making sure, if I bring donuts in tomorrow, you want all plain, right? All glaze?
All glaze, yeah.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah, I'm a glaze guy.
Yeah, just for you, since it's your last day.
I'm a glaze guy. Don't worry, Kyle. I got some surprises, too. Tomorrow's going to be fun.
Yeah, Martinelli's.
Hey, that's sooner than that. I need 2 of them.
What do you mean? It's not over yet.
Well, yeah, I got to celebrate. Life is about celebrations. So, Kyle, all right, you got the keys here, my guy, and you have some of the predictions that we cooked up.
Well, yeah, I asked you yesterday, are there any segments we need to do before the show ends? Because I have a feeling tomorrow's going to be a little bit more of a callers and texters dominated day. So I went back in the archives and said, what do we need to look back on before we're done? And I found buried at the bottom of our rundown some predictions that we made at the start of the season that I think we need to revisit. I know this is the Guess the Spread music, but it works. So before the Sacramento Kings season, we made some predictions. Not all of them are going to be done yet, but some of them, we can check in and see how we did, shall we say. So first of all, I asked us right before the Kings season started, who would be the leading scorer on the Sacramento Kings this season? And we both agreed that Zach LaVine would be the leading scorer for the Sacramento Kings. Now, up to this point in the season, Zach LaVine, in terms of points per game, is the leading scorer on the Kings. But if we did total points scored, it is actually DeMar DeRozan who is the leading scorer for the Sacramento Kings.
Who does total points?
I mean, you could have a 40-point game and get hurt for the season, and you're averaging 40 a game.
Yeah, that's true.
So total points, DeMar DeRozan is the leading scorer for the Sacramento Kings. So that means Allen and I were both big ol' losers.
All right.
All right, then we asked the infamous first 20 games. Remember when you said the 20 games would decide the season for the Sacramento Kings?
Yes.
So we said, what will the record be after that first 20 games? Allen, you predicted the Kings would be 10-10 after the first 20 games of the season. I predicted the Kings would be 8-12 at the end of said first 20 games. Kings were 5-15.
They had injuries and, they had injuries.
I couldn't add this in our montage, but there was a clip of you going through the schedule at the start of the year. Like, they're going to be 4-1 out the gate. They're going to beat the Warriors. They're going to beat the Bucks, which, funny enough, actually did happen. And you got them to 12-8 at best case scenario. But 5-15 is what they ended up with. So, once again, we're both big ol' losers. Next question I asked, which really told you how we thought this season would go, is when will they make their first trade? You said February 4th, the day before the trade deadline. So still in the game.
Alive, baby.
I said December 15th. So I am a big old loser already on that one. Next up, we asked, who will be the biggest player the Kings trade by the deadline? Again, we had real high optimism for this season, given we're asking which players are going to get traded.
Yeah.
Still out. We're never going to know how it ends on this version of the show, but you said DeMar DeRozan. You feeling good about your chances right now?
Not really.
All right, good. No. I said Devin Carter or Malik Monk, which I think at the time we thought trading Devin Carter would be a bigger name.
That
than
was
Malik.
the Kuminga stuff. Yeah, it sounds crazy now, but it didn't at the time.
Yes, at the time I said Devin Carter or Malik Monk would be the biggest name traded. So we're still going to have to wait and see about that. And now we get to the good stuff, which was our end of season predictions for the Sacramento Kings. It's not over yet, obviously, but since our show is over, let's see how close we were to our original predictions. Allen Stiles, you said that the Sacramento Kings would go 40-42 this year, they would get the 9th seed in the Western Conference and would lose. They would win the 9-10 game and lose in the 8-9 play-in game. That was your prediction for this season.
Yeah, they're not really on track for 40.
No.
Can they mathematically get 40?
Yeah. I mean, they don't have 42 losses yet. I'll bring back the schedule game. Let's see. They would have to go 31-13 the rest of the season.
So no.
Or sorry, 33. Wait, they have 9 wins, 32-13 the rest of the season to get to your prediction.
So no.
No.
Okay.
I said that the Kings would go 37-45. They would get somewhere between the 10-12 seed and miss the play-in.
Well, you're hotter on that bottom part of it.
Yeah, the first one I'm going to get right. The record, I don't think I'm going to get there.
Okay.
But again, injuries, Allen.
Yeah, hey, what are we supposed to do here? All right, I like what I'm seeing here, Kyle, the NFL playoff predictions that we apparently did too.
Well, you did. I didn't get to make any, but you did. This was the Friday before you left for paternity leave, your NFL predictions. I know you like what you see because you're looking at the first one, which is you said, Allen Stiles, the day before the season started, that the Denver Broncos would get the number 1 seed. And guess what? The Denver Broncos are the number 1 seed in the AFC.
Wow.
What a great job by you.
Wow.
That is a great prediction.
When you know, you know. Right? I wish I had gone to Reno, but when you know, you know.
A real ball knower,
Yeah.
Allen Stiles there. Doesn't get much better from there, though. Number 2 seed, you said, with the Houston Texans. Guess what? They're in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Number 5 seed.
By the way, if they lose again this round, they will be, to me, the Bulls or it'll just be the Houston Texans Invitational is the wild card round.
No, theirs is next round. They win this game, then they lose the next one. That's what usually happens, at least with CJ Stroud. They win this random game and then lose to whoever the 1 seed is.
So I had the Texans 2 seed.
You had the Baltimore Ravens as the 3 seed. They are not in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
You had the Buffalo Bills as
Injuries.
the 4 seed. Well,
okay.
And kicker,
Yeah.
Bills is the 4 seed. Hey, they're in the playoffs, right? The Bills are the 6 seed. You weren't that far off. You had the Chiefs as the 5 seed.
Man.
You just had to stick to your guns. You knew the Chiefs weren't going to be good this year.
Yeah.
6 Steelers. Good job. You just had to flip the Bills and Steelers, and you had that one right. And then, Allen, 7 seed Chargers.
Wow.
Guess who's the 7 seed? The Los Angeles should be San Diego Chargers.
Let's go. All right. I'm sure I did just as good in the NFC.
Well, you hit 5 of the playoff teams in the AFC and some hard ones, too. I mean, you hit Broncos, you hit Texans, you hit the Steelers. Great job by you. Now we get to the NFC. You can see it here. It's woof. Number 1 seed and your MVP prediction. The number 1 seed with MVP quarterback.
Yeah, I heard you, Kyle.
Jaden Daniels and the Commanders was your prediction.
But injuries.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
The Commanders, by the way, went, I believe, 5-12.
Mariota, come back to Las Vegas, baby.
Even though you didn't believe in Jaden Daniels, you, Allen Stiles, said the Commanders would be the number 1 seed in the NFC.
I just soft. I should have just stuck to my guns.
Hey, you throw stuff at the board, and sometimes you hit Broncos as the 1 seed, and sometimes you hit Commanders as the 1 seed.
I knew they were a fluke.
Well, your number 2 seed, I'm sure, was much better. Can't get worse than the Commanders. You said the Detroit Lions, who are also not in the playoffs.
Injuries, right?
Well, it can only get better from here, right?
Yeah, it's got to get better.
Number 3 seed in the NFC. You said Baker Mayfield's Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
See, man, but it was looking good.
Yes, 4 weeks. When you came back from paternity leave, you looked like a genius.
Besides Commanders, everything else was looking good. Well, there's
the
one
Lions
on here.
never had a chance.
They did.
Also, let's keep going and see if it gets better. 4 seed, San Francisco 49ers.
It's pretty good.
Fine. Yeah, they're in the playoffs. They were almost the 1 seed.
Yeah, so they're the 6 seed.
So just checking in here, you got 0 out of 4 division winners correct in the NFC.
It was a mess. We know it's a mess.
You should have stuck to the pan wagon. You didn't believe in the pan wagon, Allen. Yeah. Well, you said they would win the division, and then you immediately jumped off the pan wagon when those podcasters quit.
All right, what's next?
Well, the 5 seed, you had the Eagles losing the division to the Commanders.
At least I got them in there.
Yeah, I mean, pretty hard not to pick the defending Super Bowl champion. I guess if you'd done that in the AFC, you would have been right.
Yeah.
Yeah, Eagles, you're 5. 6th seed, you had J.J. McCarthy and the Minnesota Vikings.
I don't know what possessed me.
What possessed you to pick J.J. McCarthy and the Vikings?
I really don't. I must have been texting Chris Watkins or something.
Over the Seahawks.
I can't believe. I did not put the Vikings.
This is irrefutable. It's been saved since September 3rd. You picked the Vikings as the 6th seed, Rams as the 7th seed, which again, hey, they're in the playoffs. Good job, Allen. So you got 3 out of 7 teams correct. Nobody in their correct position. You missed every single NFC division champion, but you did pick the Broncos as the number 1 seed in the AFC. So kudos to you.
Hey, and that's only because of that TikTok of Bo Nix that I saw. I said, you know what? I'm on the Bo Nix train. All right, we're always on the Whitey Gleason train. He joins us on the other side to discuss all things the Trey Young trade and the transaction that just happened at the station. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
This is the Drive, baby. Allen Stiles says farewell to the middays. Afternoons, here he comes. Beginning January 12th.
It's the Drive Guys with Kevin Gleason and now Allen Stiles. Kings, Niners, NFL. Allen's college baseball stats and Major League Baseball talk. Weekday afternoons 2 to 6 on your number 1 sports station in Sacramento. Sacktown Sports 1140.
The Sacktown Sports 49ers report is brought to you by Kia of Vacaville, located beside the Vacaville outlets. The 49ers lose the season finale on Saturday night at home to Seattle 13-3. With the win, Seattle wins the division. It gets the number 1 seed in the playoffs. As for San Francisco with the result, they fall to the number 6 seed in the playoffs. And because of that, the Niners now will have to travel to Philly for a first-round playoff game. You can catch that game this Sunday beginning at 1 o'clock right here on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Football season is here at Kia of Vacaville. You can score big in a new 2025 Kia Niro LX with up to 53 MPG combined at Kia of Vacaville. Perfect for road trips, tailgates, and cruising to Levi Stadium in style and comfort. But don't wait. Inventory is limited at Kia of Vacaville, and these deals won't last long. Visit KiaVacaville.com or stop by right next to the Vacaville outlets for friendly service, easy shopping, and unbeatable value. All in one stop. Kia of Vacaville, where the adventure begins.
Happy New Year, Susan. I really appreciate you picking up the bill for lunch.
I'm happy to. One of my New Year's resolutions is being better with money. So I've started using Upside, the free app that pays you cash back for buying gas.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I earn cash back just for buying the gas I was already buying.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make $200 to $300 this year.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now in the App Store or Google Play and start earning cash back on everyday gas purchases. Use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's up to 50 cents per gallon on your next fill up. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code RIDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code RIDER. Code RIDER.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Get discount coupons at Big O Tire
stores, and Papa Murphy's. Visit sportsexpos.com for location, show map, exhibitor listing, and seminar schedules. Your life outdoors at the International Sportsman's Expo, January 15th through 18th at Cal Expo in Sacramento.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
We are joined by Whitey Gleason.
Woo! Big week here at the station, Alan. I don't know if you're keeping track of these things.
Huge week, Whitey. Yeah. We've been talking about the new show, Matt and Kayla, 10 a.m., 2 p.m. And, yeah, your thoughts on that show. I never got to, behind the curtains a little bit, I was supposed to do a show with Kayla last week. Right, just for fun, everybody's shuffling things around, but that didn't end up working out, so I ended up doing it solo with Ramsey. So I have not really gotten to work with Kayla outside of Crosstalks, but you did.
Jay and I did a number of shows with her, and it was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And did just a couple shows with Matt, after Kyle Draper had left to focus on his TV work. But here's what all that means for you. I heard you saying, look, now I'm going in the afternoons, and Kyle Draper, you can run, but you can't hide. You can tell Kyle Draper when you talk to him that when he left, you replaced him, but it took two people to replace you.
That's right.
You just tell him that.
I'm going to tell him that.
And one of them's Matt George.
I'm going to tell him that. And by the way, speaking of, look, I know that a lot of you are running around and you can't be locked into the station for 12 hours straight. Some of you are, and we appreciate you. But the amount of people that are still confused, and I'm not trying to, this is not a dig here, but the amount of people that are still unaware that Kyle Draper is not doing the Drive Guys anymore. Whitey, it's pretty funny. I mean, every time we post something, someone says, well, where's Kyle Draper? Wouldn't that happen 4 months ago?
That's really not that long in the grand scheme of things. I know, because I've been doing it a long time, and you get like years after something. People say, "Aren't you still at so and so?" I was like, "Bro, that was like 7 years ago."
That was in 1963.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. But it was so funny to me because people were like,
I know what you mean.
Where's Kyle? I think you responded to somebody on X, and they said, "Where's Kyle Draper?" Like, what is going on?
Fair question.
But yeah, and to be fair to those listeners, and we see it on the texters too. I'm thinking, you got the text line number. What's going on here? But to be fair, when you're dealing with a team that has 8-9 wins, I can see how you might not be checking in.
You're in, you're out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. But to let everyone know, Kyle Draper has not been on the Drive Guys for a couple months now. He still pops on after Kings games, and he will continue to, and that's where it's time to pay the piper.
I'll tell you what, speaking of all that stuff, this is the first time in all my years in radio where I've worked at a station, and I get it, and we love all the stations here. I've never before worked at a station where there were ads saying, hey, if you want to hear some country, listen to a different station.
What are you talking about?
We have one of those now. It's for our sister station.
There's KNCI and Mix 96 promos that run on the station.
I heard those. Okay, yeah. And then I realized, wow.
So they've snuck that in on top of Country in the Park.
Oh, yeah.
Because we already got...
This is like, hey, and I get it. I understand.
Well, you shouldn't have told me that, Whitey.
Yeah, but when it's like, sometimes you have to want to listen to country. When you do, tune into this station.
No. So I'm not trying to get in trouble. I only got, we're about to start something really special here on Monday, but I got to ask a question. I got to turn on KNCI and make sure that I'm hearing sometimes you don't want to listen to country. Sometimes you want to hear
That's a good question.
Some hot takes. Because I would imagine, again, not trying to get in trouble here, I would imagine them bad boys ain't running on KNCI.
I would be surprised, but you never know.
When did that get greenlit?
Also,
I think the first one I heard was Monday.
In their defense, they used to run KNCI promos all the time on this station. And the reason I know this is because when I first started working here, I used to work Oakland A's games, and they would run those all the time.
Well, you can run them during A's games.
But exactly, it's like
no.
You maybe should.
No, now I was going to go downstairs, pop some Martinellis, but now...
Why? The show's not over yet.
I have some conversations to have because I need to know. I'm gonna talk to Angie. I'm gonna talk to a couple people here. I need to know. Hey, what are the promos that were? What are the drive guys? Whitey Gleason, Allen Stiles. What are those promos running on KNCI?
Watch this, Kyle. And this is true. I think maybe I've only heard them on your show.
No, that's crazy.
The promos?
Yeah.
See, man, they didn't even stop playing with me.
That's probably not true. I'm probably just,
I think the first day they announced it Tuesday, they wanted to run it on your show a bunch. But since then, I don't know.
I have some questions.
I have been adding, again, do not look at the man behind the curtain, Wizard of Oz, but I have been adding them in purposefully on our show so that people know that Allen is going to the afternoons.
No, we're not talking about those.
No, we're talking about hey, when you need some country music, listen to KNCI.
Yeah, we're talking about the KNCI ones.
Yeah.
No comment on that.
We're all one big happy family.
No.
I get it. Yeah.
No, I'm happy. No. And they just announced the new host that they added.
He's a really good guy.
He's great. Love Pat. Love Cody.
Yes.
Is that, hey.
Are you sure?
It's not about, they're not the ones putting them in. So I got some conversation. Look, you can put them in. You can play them.
Sure.
But I need to know that we are being played over there. That's what I need to know.
I scratch your back, you scratch mine.
No. I want people to know.
Well,
I'll go in there.
Well, Alan, we have the logs back here. I can go check and see.
Yeah, let me get on those logs. Let me get on those. Kyle, let me get that log in. I'm about to get on the logs. Whitey Gleason, the Trae Young deal. Kind of crazy, huh?
Yeah, it always surprises me a little bit that the Hawks kind of got a pass when it came to passing on Luka. I know because they got Trey Young and they also got an additional pick.
Right.
So I get it. But there's never been any, they could add Luka.
Right.
You
rarely hear that.
And I know they did much better with it than the Kings did. But it's interesting. Trey Young is maybe just the type of player now that teams are saying, the game's going a different way.
Mm-hmm.
The same type of thing that may be happening with DeMar, just in different ways.
Yeah, and that's what I said yesterday. I said, I don't know when the next player under 6'2" is going to make $40 million annually. And people were responding saying, well, Jalen Brunson, and I said, yeah, Darius Garland too, but I'm saying a new contract. Because it just doesn't seem, especially with this apron, trying to save money. Austin Rivers was saying there's no real middle class of the NBA. These guys are making $60 million, and then there's guys that are making $10 million. They're trying to say Malik Monk is a bad contract now. So, yeah, I just don't know. And I know Darren Peterson is bigger. He's about 6'5", 6. I don't know if he's 6'6", but he's bigger.
Yeah, I think he's listed at 6'5".
Yeah, I don't know. He's clearly bigger than Trey. But yeah, these score first guys, they do worry me because I've been brainwashed like everyone else. Just give me your Jalen Johnson, or just give me your Denny Avdia. Got to be 6'7" or up. And the other thing is too, Whitey. I thought about this. I look at Jalen Johnson kind of the same way I look at Jordan Love. And Jordan Love had a good little run, still lost to the Niners, but it was a good comeback. Jordan Love did that in the perfect timing and got paid, right? Jalen Johnson, 20th pick, he's played well, and they got a nice core. I think it says more about Trey Young than
Jalen Johnson's the guy there.
But that's what I'm saying. Has he really done enough to be considered the guy? He's been playing well.
Yeah, I think that.
Are we
they
sure?
Seem to think so. They
think so, but it hasn't been that long. It's been like a season and a half.
I'll tell you the craziest thing about Trey Young. Have you seen the movie? Bear with me. I'm going somewhere. It's going to make sense. Have you seen the movie Draft Day with Kevin Costner? Where he's the GM of the Browns.
Yes.
And you remember he's got to make a key decision on the first pick, and his girlfriend's going to have a baby, and his whole life seems to hinge on making sure he nails this pick. And there's this hotshot quarterback that he's thinking of drafting, and it turns out he remembers that this quarterback had a party, birthday party, and none of his teammates showed up, so he decided to pass.
Yeah.
Well, Hollinger, I don't know if you read Hollinger today in The Athletic. He had a video, and he says teams have looked at this, and they've kind of soured on Trey Young. And this is over the years. It's video of when Oklahoma was on the Selection Sunday show. And you can look it up. He has posted this video. And they announced Oklahoma will be in whatever regional, and all his teammates, yeah! And he says, Trey Young wasn't celebrating. And some teams look at that and say, he's just a me first guy.
Are you? But that's crazy.
I thought that was insane.
Yeah, that's crazy.
When I saw it, I was like, wait, what?
But that is really weird because it does seem like there is an underlying. We've seen little nuggets and heard little nuggets about the Trey being as a teammate. Yeah. But even as a teammate, we haven't heard it fully come out. Like the Russell Westbrook stuff is very confusing because we know all he wants to do is win. And sometimes it can kind of brush someone the wrong way. And Chris Paul, kind of same idea. The Trey Young stuff, people have kind of dipped their toe in it, but we don't really know. But then when you get traded for, and I get it, he's getting paid a lot of money, but for Corey Kispert and an expiring CJ McCollum, when, Jalen Johnson is good, but we don't know for sure he's going to be SGA or whoever, I just don't know how he's kind of skirted around what is really probably going on. I don't know. I guess we'll find out more in Washington.
Well, there's also this, I was wondering, hey, wait a minute, what is this going to do to Washington's efforts to tank? Because he could come in there and play well. And the Wizards writer for The Athletic today suggested, I'd be surprised, he wrote, if he plays much, if at all, this year.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing we were trying to confirm about remember the 48-hour rule and how there was this whole conversation about making a deal within the first 48 hours because then you can aggregate that player again, and then nobody seemed to care or anything like that. If you leave the trade open, kind of like how the Dennis Schroeder thing was open for months, it felt like. If you leave it open, you can bring in someone else. So I don't know how long you can leave it open, but if the Wizards are cool with Trey not playing, maybe that's the framework, and then obviously the Hawks want to get AD.
Yeah.
I'm trying to do more research. I think it was Grant Liffman, who we know he was in the Bay. He was the one kind of laying that out. Once it's closed, then obviously CJ could go 1 for 1, but could not be, hey, add this salary. You can't add it like that.
Grant Lippman was with the Hawks, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yes, he was.
And now he's with NBC.
Exactly. So he was the one kind of speaking on that. So I don't know if that's a possibility where it's just CJ doesn't play, nobody plays, and then CJ never plays for the Hawks. He seems to think he's going to play, but a lot of people think they're going to do things, and then they don't end up doing them.
Yeah.
So, I thought that was really fascinating because we did this whole thing about the first 48 hours, and then nobody cared.
Well, the days of getting 4 number ones for Donovan Mitchell or Rudy Gobert are gone, right? I know Desmond Bane brought back a haul, and
4 unprotected.
Mikal Bridges. But
before we go, I've done some research, and I have I'm actually genuinely scared about this, Whitey, about what's going to happen. I've gone into KNCI, and I have found promos that are running for Sacktown Sports.
I know what you're going to. It's probably only Carmichael Dave.
I will play it for you now.
For everything Sacramento Kings, from live play-by-play to live and local sports talk, like the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Listen on the Sacktown Sports app or check out sacktownsports.com. Experience your favorite Northern California sports with Sacktown Sports 1140.
There you go. That's fine.
Missing something?
Yeah, I'm just, Can you play just one more time? Just one more time.
For everything Sacramento Kings, from live play-by-play to live and local sports talk, like the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Listen on the Sacktown Sports app or check out sacktownsports.com. Experience your favorite Northern California sports with Sacktown Sports 1140.
That's Angie, right?
Yes, that is Angie.
I got some people to talk to. But you know what it is, Whitey? They didn't want to put it in the system until our new show launched.
Right.
That's right. We were in limbo.
You can't announce it that way. Yeah.
I'm going to talk to Angie right now.
Sure they're going to, after the Martinellis.
I'm sure we're going to talk to Angie, get it refreshed.
Sure.
And it'll be rocking and rolling.
Well, it's only a 15-second spot. I don't know where there's room to add.
Get ready to rock and roll with Whitey Gleason, the Drive Guys, coming up next. Thank you to the Roundtable. Thank you to Frankie Cardicelli. Thank you to Chris Watkins. Thank you to Brennan Nunes. Thank you to the callers, texters, Sack chatters. Thank you to Kyle. Great job as always. One more tomorrow. Until then, secure the bag. Like the beam.
Don't forget my podcast. Gotta go.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products in